The time is now for you and I. In the northeast of Africa, in the land of Egypt, Abraham was made rich. Father of nations was made rich. When the next generation was born, Isaac came down to Africa, and as a visitor he left rich. We're the land that blesses all. When the whole world was hungry, Mama Africa, you gave her your food. It was Jacob you made rich. It's the whole world you put a smile. This day we stand in the land that fed the whole world. This day we're saying no more hunger in Africa. Let's rise, let's get our tools, put our minds to work. Are you ready? Africa, are you ready? The time is now for Africa. The time is now for you and I. The time is now for Africa. The time is now, inspire Africa. When young boys were killed by sword, Joseph and Mary fled away. Baby Jesus they kept safe. They found refuge in Africa. When my Savior's time was nigh, Simon of Cyrene helped him. He helped him with the cross. There's a revival in Africa. Is it silver or gold or diamonds? Good weather, good people. Is it cocoa, vanilla or coffee? Life and light down in Africa. This day we stand in the land with all the minerals. This day we say we shall never lack, we have it all. Let's rise, let's get our tools, put our minds to work. Are you ready? Are you ready? Africa, are you ready? Africa. The time is now for Africa. The time is now for you. The time is now for you and I. Africa. The time is now. Can you see? Africa. The time is now. The time is now. Inspire Africa. You've been called. We're the Josephs of our time. Yeah, Mama, way. Since the world you rise and take our place. He created you. We're the Josephs of our time. Yeah, Mama, way. Yeah, Mama, way. Yeah, Mama, rise and take our place. Yeah, Mama, way. You've been called. You've been the Josephs of our time. Yeah, Mama, way. This is your time. We will rise and take our place. Yeah, Mama, way. We're the Josephs of our time. Yeah, Mama, way. Yeah, Mama, way. We will rise and take our place. Yeah, Mama, way. God is the land of Africa. In God we bless our Africa. Sweet motherland, yes, Africa. You'll always belong to Africa. Mungu tusaidie. Tangala kuvela wamu. Tunaomba. Sing this song. Sing this song of Africa. The time is now. Oh, Africa. The time is now. He formed you and I. Just rise. The time is now. Oh, Africa. Your time is now. The time is now. Inspire Africa. Yeah, yeah, yeah. The time is now for Africa. The time is now for you and I. The time is now for Africa. The time is now for Africa. The time is now for Africa. The time is now for you and I. In the northeast of Africa, In the land of Egypt, Abraham was made rich. Father of nations was made rich. When the next generation was born, Isaac came down to Africa, and as a visitor he left rich. We're the land that blesses all. When the whole world was hungry, Mama Africa, you gave her your food. It was Jacob you made rich. It's the whole world you put a smile. This day we stand in the land that fed the whole world. This day we're saying no more hunger in Africa. Let's rise, let's get our tools, put our minds to work. Are you ready? Africa, are you ready? The time is now for Africa. The time is now for you and I. The time is now for Africa. The time is now, inspire Africa. When young boys were killed by sword, Joseph and Mary fled away. Baby Jesus, they kept saying, they found refuge in Africa. When my Savior's time was nigh, Simon of Cyrene helped him. He helped him with the cross. There's a revival in Africa. Is it silver or gold or diamonds? Good weather, good people. Is it cocoa, vanilla or coffee? Life and light down in Africa. This day we stand in the land with all the minerals. This day we say we shall never lack, we have it all. Let's rise, let's get our tools, put our minds to work. Are you ready? Are you ready? Africa, are you ready? Africa. The time is now for Africa. The time is now for you. The time is now for you and I. Africa. The time is now. Can you see? Africa. The time is now. The time is now. Inspire Africa. You've been called. We're the Josephs of our time. Yeah, mama, we since the world you will rise and take our place. He created you. We're the Josephs of our time. Yeah, mama, we. Yeah, mama, we. You will rise and take our place. Yeah, mama, we. You've been called. You've been the Josephs of our time. Yeah, mama, we. This is your time. We will rise and take our place. Yeah, mama, we. We're the Josephs of our time. Yeah, mama, we. Yeah, mama, we. We will rise and take our place. Yeah, mama, we. God is the land of Africa. In God we bless our Africa. Sweet motherland, yes, Africa. You'll always belong to Africa. Mungu tusaidie. Tangala kuvela wangu. Tunaomba. Sing this song. Sing it out. The time is now. Oh, Africa. The time is now. He formed you and I. Just rise. The time is now. Oh, Africa. Your time is now. The time is now. Inspire Africa. Yeah, yeah, yeah. The time is now for Africa. The time is now for you and I. The time is now for Africa. The time is now for
Inuka Africa. Open up your eyes, lift your head up, open up your mind. You will see all the beauty of this land. You're a star.
Take a look around you. What do you see? Take a look within you. You're a blessing to all. We're learning
ṣoore fún mi ṣoore fún wa tó ṣoore lójoojúmọ́. Ọba kọ má ti kà lẹ́yìn, adúró gbọ̀ngbọ̀n lẹ́yìn aṣòtítọ́. Kò jẹ́ ronú ibi rárá.
Inuka Africa. Sema sema simama. Inuka Africa.
Semuka Africa, usashitari sire pasi. Maria no kuda iwe, wakakomborerwa iwe. Maruti osenga aziwe mwari nekuda kwe chako chiedza. Zvirima uri zvikuru. You were a star, you were born to shine. It's time to rise up. Arise, arise, your light has come. Uri mwana wa mwari, creation waiting for you. Show the world your light.
Betulib Africa, Mumusai. Betulib Africa, Mama Land. Betulib Africa, land of beauty. Betulib Africa, land of minerals. Betulib Africa, Mumusai. Betulib Africa, our Mama Land. Betulib Africa, land of beauty. Betulib Africa, Inuka Africa. It's time to rise. Open your eyes. Inuka Africa.
Semuka Africa, this is the time to shine. Inuka Africa.
The black jewel is a godly favored continent. This jewel is the nucleus of the world, as it is the most centrally located continent. The black jewel is power, brilliance, and outstanding uniqueness. This jewel is gold. It is vast gas and oil reserves, diamonds, timber, fish, and great wildlife sceneries. It is vast, beautiful deserts and a unifying coastline. The black jewel uniqueness is in its color black, the very depth of all colors. It is victory. Our victory as a black jewel lies on our genuine black knees, knelt in a unified cry to the Almighty. Our black jewel will rise in Nuka Africa. The black jewel.
Your time has come.
Sema sema simama. Inuka Africa.
The time is now for Africa. The time is now for you and I. In the northeast of Africa, in the land of Egypt, Abraham was made rich. Father of nations was made rich. When the next generation was born, Isaac came down to Africa. And as a visitor, he left rich. We're the land that blesses all. When the whole world was hungry, Mama Africa, you gave her your food. It was Jacob you made rich. It's the whole world you put a smile. This day we stand in the land that fed the whole world. This day we're saying no more hunger in Africa. Let's rise, let's get our tools, let's put our minds to work. Are you ready? Africa, are you ready? The time is now for Africa. The time is now for you and I. The time is now for Africa. The time is now, inspire Africa. When young boys were killed by sword, Joseph and Mary fled away. Baby Jesus, they kept saying. They found refuge in Africa. When my Savior's time was nigh, Simon of Cyrene helped him. He helped him with the cross. There's a revival in Africa. Is it silver or gold or diamonds? Good weather, good people. Is it cocoa, vanilla or coffee? Life and light down in Africa. This day we stand in the land with all the minerals. This day we say we shall never lack, we have it all. Let's rise, let's get our tools, put our minds to work. Are you ready? Are you ready? Africa, are you ready? Africa. The time is now for Africa. The time is now for you. The time is now for you and I. Africa. The time is now. Can you see? Africa. The time is now. The time is now. Inspire Africa. You've been called. We're the Josephs of our time. Yeah, mama, way. Since the world you rise and take our place. He created you. We're the Josephs of our time. Yeah, mama, way. Yeah, mama, way. Yeah, mama, rise and take our place. Yeah, mama, way. You've been called. You've been the Josephs of our time. Yeah, mama, way. This is your time. We will rise and take our place. Yeah, mama, way. We're the Josephs of our time. Yeah, mama, way. Yeah, mama, way. We will rise and take our place. Yeah, mama, way. God is the land of Africa. In God we bless our Africa. Sweet motherland, yes, Africa. You'll always belong to Africa. Mungu tusaidie. Tangala kubela wamu. Tunaomba. Sing this song. Sing that song. The time is now. Oh, Africa. The time is now. He formed you and I. Just rise. The time is now. Oh, Africa. Your time is now. The time is now. Inspire Africa. Yeah, yeah, yeah. The time is now for Africa. The time is now for you and I. You and the time is now for Africa. The time is now for Africa.
Hallelujah.
For far too long, Africa has lived through a history of slavery, theft, foreign rule, and the darkest place in human history that the world brought to her doorstep. 400 years later, Africa's scars have birthed a dynamic, onward, and rising people. Join the Inspire E-Conference 2021 as great minds edify on the positioning of the new rising star. Starting on the 9th to the 14th of August. Africa, get ready.
Good evening and welcome to day 4 of the Inspire Africa Conference. My name is Jessica Layado Kamujisha, and I shall be your host this evening alongside an amazing lady called Elizabeth, who will be here a little later. So this is day 4 for those of you who have not been attending the past 3 days. But for those who have been part of the past 3 days, we know that we have had a whirlwind of speakers who have shared their mind on different things about Africa with us, and it has been amazing. Now, if you have not been part for the past 3 days, you can find the recording for Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday on our Facebook platforms and our YouTube platforms. Simply look for Inspire Synergy and you can watch the recordings there. So this evening we have a very activity-packed evening. And we won't waste too much time, but we shall quickly go into the program. But before we do, two things. We will have breakout rooms at the end of the evening. So if you have any questions for our panelists, especially for the two sessions combined, you can keep those questions for the end of the evening. Also, for this particular session and the next one, you can write your questions in the Q&A panel. There's a Q&A panel on your screen. So instead of putting the questions in your chat section, go to the Q&A section. That's where you leave your questions so we can easily find them. When you put them in the chat, it's a bit harder to go back and track where the questions are. Yes, so be sure to follow us on our social media platform, Synergy, on Instagram, on Facebook, on Twitter, on LinkedIn, and follow us, share with your friends, share with your relatives, with your neighbors, and encourage them to follow the Synergy. This evening, we have amazing speakers, but the first speaker for this evening is called Dr. Carlton Williams. Dr. Carlton Williams is a compelling speaker with a passion for transformational change at both the local community and national level. He's a firm believer that national change begins with individual revelation and action, and that higher wisdom and insight must be sought and applied to bring lasting impact. Dr. Carlton is the founder and lead pastor of High Life Church in Lagos, a new generation faith community, building leaders to serve their community and nation with strength, courage, and joy. He is the founder and president of Niara Africa, a transformational change vehicle focused on raising leaders that bring solutions to business, government, and social enterprise through inspired innovation. He's
I think we lost Jessica there. Dr. Carlton, if you can take it away. Welcome, Dr. Carlton.
Okay, I'm really pleased to be here. Thank you so much for the invitation. Let me just share my slides. Excellent. It's great to be here this evening. Or afternoon or morning, depending on where you are. I've been given the responsibility of sharing or talking about collaboration for success. We are better together. And I've been given like a sub theme of why it is critical for Africans, especially the ecclesia, the church, to collaborate in advancing the kingdom mandate. Africa, get ready. That's the theme of Inspire 2021. It's interesting when I saw the theme. I just thought about the fact that it's possible to read the same thing and actually think have a totally different interpretation. So, what does Africa get ready mean to you? Let me do a quick exercise. Imagine that there are three birds on a branch, and two of the birds decide that they're going to fly away. How many more birds are on the branch? If your answer is one, that is incorrect, because there's still three birds on the branch until two of them just decided to fly. They actually hadn't flown yet, okay? Until they actually take action, they haven't actually done anything. So when we think about Africa, get ready. Africa, get ready. I mean, what are we saying? It's important to recognize that our readiness as Africans to take advantage of the opportunities that are available to us at this time is determined by the quality of the actions we take. Not a readiness to move, but readiness means that you are taking quality action at this time. As we listened to Pastor Jumber yesterday, who taught excellently and shared an excellent vision. We see that now is the time. The Lord is actually changing everything in Africa. The opportunities are already here. So now is the time for action, but it requires quality action. Quality action. We haven't been this way. We haven't been this way before. In John Cotter's book, The Iceberg is Melting. He uses a metaphor to present a framework for managing change in uncertain times. And what he does is he follows this group of penguins who face an existential threat, because the iceberg that they had lived on for all their lives, they realized that it had begun to melt. What are we going to do? How are we going to move forward? We haven't been this way before. So it is typical, for us. Somebody asked the question, what do we do next? And the leader of the group said, we need to think through this carefully. And then somebody else asked the question. He said, we have to move fast. But then the leader gives this response. He says, the quality of thought is more important than speed. The quality of thought is more important than speed. So in this VUCA climate where everything is changing, where we recognize that action is needed, it is important that we take the right quality action. Einstein said that no problem can be solved from the same level of consciousness that created the problem. So that means that it is time to rise higher in our thinking, even as we face challenges, as we recognize there are opportunities. We must rise higher in our thinking. And we know our kingdom mandates. Other speakers have mentioned this, so I won't spend a lot of time on this. We know in Isaiah chapter 2, verse 1-5, it says that the day has come, the day is coming. And it says that what's going to happen is that the mountain of the Lord's house will be exalted above all the mountains and the hills, and all nations will flow to it. So if the nations are meant to come to the church for the way to go, it means that our thinking has to be different. We need to come higher in our thinking. The quality of thought. We're not trying to replicate. We're not trying to replicate what the West has done or the East has done, even though, a lot of us Africans believe that if we can just do that, then, we would be a lot different from where we are. But the mandate of the kingdom for us is a lot more different than that. It's to rise higher, to reveal something that the West and the East will come to us to ask which way to go and receive higher wisdom from us. So as we examine this important topic of collaboration for success, I'm going to be looking at it from the perspective of what we, the church, the ecclesia, how we need to approach this aspect of collaboration. Because, collaboration is something that the importance of collaboration is well known in business. So for instance, we have the very well-worn adage, together, everyone achieves more. This is an adage that promotes both inter and intra business collaboration. It's together that we achieve. And that's a good, right and true statement. But you see, there is a philosophy that undergirds this that we must interrogate. Otherwise, we will end up just saying the right things, saying the right principles, but yet we get the wrong results and we wonder why. We need to ask ourselves, even though we have great adages or mantras like this, what is the current prevailing philosophy that undergirds collaboration as it is commonly practiced? And what is the higher thought? What is the kingdom philosophy that we as Africans and as the ecclesia must embrace? So let's examine a prevailing thought. You know, I came across this book or quote by Peter Thiel, where he says, competition is for losers. Competition is for losers. And when I interrogated this, I understood what he was trying to say. He said the only thing that can allow a business to transcend the daily brute struggle of competition is monopoly profits. He said, if you want to create and capture lasting value, look and build a monopoly. Look and build a monopoly. Don't get involved in that red ocean of competition. Build a monopoly. And by monopolies are the way to go. What Peter is saying is that we should build products and services that are the best at whatever we do, such that it is impossible for others to compete with us. So in other words, he's saying that the basis for us getting together, the basis for us collaborating and leveraging everything business can offer is to survive and transcend competition. Now, I get that. But it's the fundamental philosophy of competition where to win, everybody must lose, must be examined as the ecclesia. Is this the value? Is this the philosophy that is going to undergird our own businesses? You know, in 2 Corinthians 10, verse 3, and, you know, my dear friend and colleague Solomon Kyoder on Monday talked about this. In 2 Corinthians 10, verse 3, it says that the world is unprincipled. It's a dog-eat-dog out there. The world doesn't fight fair. But it says that we don't live or fight our own battles that way. That is not how we operate. The tools of our trade aren't for marketing or manipulation, but they are for demolishing that entirely massively corrupt culture. So it says we have access to a higher set of tools that we must deploy in the marketplace. Now, as the ecclesia, we've already said that we are the legislative assembly, and our mandate is that of making earth into heaven. That's what the ecclesia is. We're here to make earth into heaven. In Isaiah chapter 2, that passage we read earlier, verse 3 of it said, we are here to show the way God works so that we can live the way we are made. We're here to bring heaven. We're here to bring heaven to earth. So what philosophy, what is the kingdom philosophy that should drive our collaboration efforts? We know, for instance, that there is no competition in heaven. There is no competition in heaven. So what does that mean if we're bringing heaven to earth to have successful businesses? What is the kingdom philosophy that must undergird our approach? You know, if we're going to build generational institutions in Africa, we must have a philosophy that builds life on the continent instead of death. Not a philosophy that, although it brings individual wealth, it chokes small business, it destroys the environment, it separates families, it creates an ever-widening chasm between the wealthy and the poor. Our approach must be different, and our focus must be different. So that when we say that together everyone achieves more, in actual fact, everyone actually achieves more. There has to be an increase in the commonwealth. You know, when the president of Inspired Synergy, Paul Wafula, was speaking on the first night and talking about the vision, he said that he quoted from Isaiah 43:19 that says, God is doing something new. We need to perceive it. In Isaiah 42 verse 16, he says, I'm going to lead you down an unfamiliar way. There is a path that is not prevalent in culture. It's not popular, but there's a path I'm going to lead my people through. He says you can't put new wine in old wineskins. So we have to operate differently. We must be willing to question prevailing assumptions in order to achieve different results. We must be prepared to question prevailing assumptions in order to achieve different results. So let's ask the question, what is the Olympics about? If you were to be asked that question, what is the Olympics about? You'll be accurate in responding that the Olympics is all about competition. May the best man win. That is what everyone assumes. You see, the scene in this slide is the scene of the final men's high jump at the recently concluded Tokyo Olympics. We have Italy's Gianmarco Tamberi. He was facing Qatar's Mutaz Essabasim in the final of the high jump. Both men jumped 2.37 meters and were on par, but they were unable to go beyond 2.37 meters. So what happened next for many was the highlight of the whole Olympics. The judge approached them and asked them to do like a set of final jumps to decide who wins the gold. But they both opted to share the gold. They had both been on a journey back from potentially career-ending injuries, and it seemed the logical choice for them. And for the commentator, it was a moment to remember in the Olympics. These two competitors, in quotes, demonstrated something, that it is possible for all of us to be winners. There is a philosophy where I don't have to lose for you to win. That is the way of the kingdom. These athletes taught us that excellence and love elevate us all. Excellence and love elevates us all. And this must be baked into our philosophy for collaboration. Now let us examine the practicalities of this concept. If we look at your normal, if I wanted to start a business, the prevailing thinking about the path to success is this. You know, we start with the what. What do I want to do? And then we ask the how. How do I go about it? We begin to think, what do I want to do? How do I go about it? And then when do I start? And who can I employ to help me achieve my business goals? Or who can I collaborate with to help me achieve my business goals? Now, let us look into this in a bit more detail. Let's begin with the what. What should I get involved in? Now, you know, the Bible says that in Proverbs 12:11 that he who works his land will have abundant food. It is wisdom that what we do is shaped by who we are. SHAPE is an acronym for your spiritual gifts, what's on your heart, what are you passionate about, your ability, your personality, and your experience. These are the things that ought to shape what determines what we do. And then typically the next thing we go to is, how do I go about it? And as a business person, you immediately get confronted with certain things. You know, a lot of times I don't even have the money to carry out a proper feasibility. Nobody wants to give me money. I don't have the time to do all the different things I need to do to implement my business goals. I don't have the skills that I need. Your typical entrepreneur is trying to do everything. He's trying to do marketing, accounting, etc. So you are immediately confronted with issues, and at a lot of times, well-meaning business people get into a rut at this point. But you see, after what, how is not the next thing we're meant to do. The very next thing we're meant to interrogate is not how, but who. Who am I meant to work with? You see, because that issue of limited resources, of money, of time, and of skill no longer becomes an issue, because limited resources really is an illusion. Resources are not limited. There's more than enough. You don't need money if you have people alongside you who will invest in your business. You don't need to have all the time in the world doing everything if you have people dedicating their time to your business goals. You don't need all the skills to know everything if people are collaborating with you and helping you, with their skills to achieve the business goals. Yeah, the who actually have the secret to the how. It is the team, that it's from that team, that high quality team, that the strategies will be revealed. So after what is not how, after what is who. But the question then is, how do you get the right people to support you with their time, their money, and their skills? How do you attract the right quality of people to you? You see, we must understand that you only attract the quality of person that you are to the quality of vision that you have. You will only attract the same quality of person that you are to the quality of vision that you have. People must buy you first before they will ever buy your plan. To attract a high quality team, you've got to be a high quality person and have a high quality vision. How do you catch butterflies? Think of a butterfly as the resources you need. How do you catch butterflies? There are two ways to catch a butterfly. The first way is to have a bigger net. You have a net to catch butterflies, and then if you want to catch more, just have a bigger net. But you're going to be very tired, because you're going to have to be looking for butterflies, and even though you might have some in your net, the next one, while you're trying to catch the next one, the one you have might escape. So it's a very tiring process, chasing after resources, chasing after money. But that's one strategy: build a bigger net. But the next strategy is to grow a garden. If you grow a garden, butterflies will be attracted to the garden. In fact, if you just focus on growing the garden, you will have more butterflies than you can ever deal with. So the quality of person that you are is going to determine the quality of the person you attract. Rather than trying to attract or try to chase after people, grow a garden. How do you grow a garden? How do you grow your garden? Well, it's not going to be done overnight. But there are two things I'll talk about briefly. The first thing to do in growing a garden is to grow yourself. Grow yourself. If you're going to attract high quality people, you must be a high quality person. In 2 Corinthians 6:12, it says, Paul says, this is the Message Bible translation. He says, we didn't fence you in. The smallness you feel comes from within you. Your lives aren't small, but you are living your life in a small way. You see, another passage, Proverbs 23:7 says, as a man thinks in his heart, so is he. Any restriction that is manifested in our lives begins in our hearts. We have small visions because we have small thinking. We have small thinking because we don't believe that we are capable of much more. The children of Israel in Numbers, when scouts were sent to the promised land, they made the statement which affected their next 40 years. They said, we saw giants, the descendants of Anak. We were like grasshoppers in our own sight, and so we were in their sight. As long as we remain grasshoppers in our own sight, as long as our vision of what we're capable of is limited, we will never have the right quality of vision or have the right quality of person attracted to it. So the solution to growing yourself, honestly, is revelation. You know, everybody that God ever revealed himself to was surprised at who they were. It took God to reveal who they were. Moses thought he was too old. He had had too many failures, and he couldn't see anything else coming out of his life. Jeremiah felt he was too young. And if you look at his pedigree, the priest in Anathoth, they had a bad reputation. He came from a line that was accused of all kinds of things. He felt he was too young. Gideon felt he was in a context. He didn't have a good pedigree. He didn't have a good family. It wasn't a great tribe. So all those things limited their capacity to have the right kind of vision. And it took God, and I believe it takes staying with God's word until it breaks the fear that we have and answers all the excuses that we always give. Okay? Because as far as God was concerned, all these plan, and that plan was to give glory to God. And we need to embrace the fact that we are God's masterpiece. And it takes God to break the limitations that we all have on the inside of us. So number one is you need to grow yourself. You need to grow yourself. Marianne Williamson said, you're a child of God. Your playing small does not serve the world. Number two, we need to become experts in the niche that God has called you to. Number one, grow yourself. We're talking about collaboration, but for you to collaborate, you need to attract the right quality person. For you to attract the right quality people, you must be the right quality person. You need to grow yourself. You need to be an expert in your niche. You know, in Galatians 6 verse 4, it says, make a careful exploration of who you are and the work you have been given. And then sink yourself into that. Don't be impressed with yourself. Don't compare yourself with others. Each of you must take responsibility for doing the creative best you can with your life. Make a careful exploration of who you are, and then sink yourself into that. In 1 Corinthians 12, it says the human body has many parts, but the many parts make up the whole body. So it is with the body of Christ. Yes, the body has many parts, not just one part. If the foot says, I'm not part of the body because I'm not a hand, that does not make it any less a part of the body. Romans 12:6 says, in his grace, God has given us different gifts for doing certain things well. You have a gift to do certain things well. So if God has given you the ability to prophesy or whatever it is, do it with as much faith as God has given you. You know, if I embrace the understanding that I am a body part, what it does for me is it gives me two thoughts. The first thought is I cannot be everything needed to move the body forward. I cannot be everything needed. If I'm a body part, I cannot be everything needed to move the body forward or to move my enterprise forward. Okay? Collaboration is not a luxury I have if I'm a body part. Collaboration is a necessity because I need other body parts to move forward. There's a humility it creates in our dealing with people. There's a humility it creates when we are negotiating with partners, okay? Because you recognize that you're a body part. Number one, being a body part means I can't be everything needed to move the body forward. Number two, being a body part means I have a unique function. And the whole enterprise requires my optimum performance. I have a unique function. If I'm a hand, nobody else can be a hand apart from me. So I owe the body my optimum performance. We're talking about growing ourselves. Look at the example we normally give of Daniel. It says Daniel had understanding in all visions and dreams, in all matters of wisdom and understanding about which he was examined. He was found to be 10 times better than all the magicians and astrologers in that realm. You see, we need to become experts in the place that we have been called to. Whenever people think about your industry or that skill or that area that you have or area that you are called to, your name has to come up among the top 3. Whenever they think about that, it needs to be synonymous. Your name needs to be synonymous with a particular industry or a particular skill area. God has called us to be experts in niches. We're talking about collaboration and what it takes to grow yourself, because as you become an expert, as your name is always mentioned, you will start attracting the quality of people that you desire, that want to collaborate with someone like yourself. You know, Einstein again said, try not to become a man of success, but rather become a man of value. Let every interaction with you be seen as a valuable interaction. Be a contributor. Be somebody who brings value in the area that they're called to. So when we see all this, as we begin to grow ourselves, you begin to attract a new quality of person. As you begin to grow your garden, butterflies start coming in your direction. It's not going to happen overnight, but that is what needs to be done. So we have this grid: what, and then it should say who, what, who, when, and how. Now, what we've examined so far is just for business success, and anyone can apply these principles. But there is another dimension for us as the ecclesia. There's another question that I believe is a transformational question that will take our enterprises to a totally different level, as I try to bring it to a close this evening. I believe that there's a question that will birth the quality of collaborations that Africa needs at this time. And that is the why question. That is the why question. You see, as the church of Jesus Christ, as his legislative assembly, our why is different. Because at the root of what we're doing, it's not just about mere personal success or merely helping Africa to enjoy the success that it's been denied of for so many years. We have a different why. Our why takes us to the next level. Our why comes from verses like Luke 19, where Jesus talked about a nobleman who went to a far country, and he gave his servants resources, and he said to them, "Occupy till I come." We are embracing this understanding that we have the mandate of heaven to occupy. We understand from Hebrews 1:12 that God has spoken to us through his son. He has promised everything to his son as an inheritance. Africa is an inheritance of the Lord Jesus Christ. And we as the ecclesia are part of the army to ensure that he has his inheritance in every dimension of life, in every industry, in the company we work in. The life of the kingdom must dominate, must have ascendancy. He has ordained the time of our birth. The reason why we're born in this time is because God has chosen you and I to be part of Africa's resurgence. So we need to embrace our activities from that perspective. As we saw earlier, our mandate is to teach the world his ways, to show them another way of doing life, to show them the kingdom way. That is That is our why. That is our why. That takes us to the next level. And when that begins to fuel our lives, then that why will change our what. Okay? Because what are we trying to build? We're not just trying to build good businesses. What we're building is the economy of heaven on earth, the economy of heaven in Africa. That is what we're trying to build. It affects our what? It expands our vision. Our why will change the quality of what we are building. Our visions will expand. It will change the quality of who is attracted to our projects. It will change the quality and the terms of finance that come to us. Because what we are building is going to, our what is to increase the commonwealth, where we will all be winners, because I don't have to lose for you to win. Excellence will define everything. It will define everything that we do. You see, I believe that if we are here to design and build a sustainable future for our continent, it's going to require us to reimagine the purpose of business. Because rather than increasing shareholder value, the purpose of business in Africa must be to increase the commonwealth. We have to imagine ownership structures. Okay, I believe that there will be an ascendancy of more social enterprises, a bit like what Mohammed Yunus did in Bangladesh, where as a result, and he was called the father of microfinance banking. As a result of what he did, everybody was raised higher. We have to reimagine compensation. Yeah, the way we compensate people, it cannot be something that keeps people poor rather than increasing the commonwealth. I believe that our collaborations, when we do this, will become deeper and longer lasting. Okay, and we will see excellence and love baked into all that we do. You know, I believe that there's a reason why in the book of Revelation we have the 24 elders casting their crowns before the Lord. You know, casting everything they had, everything they have, everything that they are becoming. And that is because they recognize that ultimately we are not building for us, we are building for the glory of the King. That is the kind of why that will transcend businesses, that will change the basis of collaborations. You know, I believe that we saw, and this is the last thing I'll say, a perfect illustration of this yesterday, when we're listening to Pastor Labanjumba speaking and sharing. It wasn't a surprise to me that at the end of his presentation, everybody was sending messages asking how to collaborate with him, how they could get involved in what he was doing. Because we saw demonstrated before our very eyes a man that has grown his garden. He has grown his excellence. He has grown his reputation. A man that has an elevated why he's doing what he's doing. And that changes what he's doing. The why is fueling what he's doing. And we can see love and excellence baked into everything that he's doing. And therefore, you can see the butterflies flowing in that direction. I believe that it is that shift in philosophy that is going to make a difference in the operation of in the depth of collaborations and the effectiveness of collaborations in Africa. While selfishness is still bedded in or baked in, we will just replicate what the West has done. But when love and excellence are what are baked into our business philosophies, then we will see a much different result in the raising of the Commonwealth. Thank you so much for this opportunity. It's been great to be able to share with you.
Wow. Wow. Thank you so much. It's quite something listening to you, Dr. Carlton. A lot of deep truths shared in what you're saying. And if you just take a look in the chat section, you'll see just how much, how exciting it is to have listened to you and just trying to digest the many things that you're saying, because it's like one blow to another blow to another blow to another blow and just charging. The truth is, I feel charged up after listening to you. And my question is not now what, then how, because a lot of times that is that's the process that we take. Our thought process goes from, this is what I want to do. Now, how do I do it? But listening to you and just understanding that one of the biggest going from what to who and working with the who to achieve the how. It's powerful stuff. It's powerful stuff. I think that you have really done justice to bringing the heart of God and broadcasting it in as far as kingdom is concerned, because it's not just excellence, but love. And I like how you continued to say excellence and love have to be baked into this, not just excellence, which of course is a good thing. Excellence is an awesome thing, but on top of the excellence, add love. The love that causes you to think of your brother, the love that causes you to think of others beyond yourself, probably even more highly than yourself, and being concerned about their growth enough to grow with them. So thank you. Thank you. Thank you. The truth is, after the conference, I know that we all will go back and listen one more time to the many truths that have been shared this evening. So thank you for sharing your time with us.
You're welcome.
May the good Lord truly bless you. If you have any questions, this is now for everyone else. Please feel free to throw them into the Q&A section. I see one from an anonymous attendee who says, do you recommend seeking collaborators when the company is already running? What about one who has a God-given vision but needs to get collaborators in issues such as board members? How can one go about that? So maybe I'll just give you a chance to answer maybe that and one more question. I see another one about discovering what we are called to do in life.
Yes.
So over to you, Dr. Carlton.
Okay. Well, thank you for those. Right. I'll take the second one first. How do you know or discover what you are called to be in life? I believe that your shape is an indication. I talked about the shape, which is your spiritual gifts, your heart, your abilities, your personality, and your experiences. But I came across a quote that really summarizes this very well. I believe it was Howard Thurman. He says, don't ask what the world needs. Ask what makes you come alive, and then go and do that. Because what the world needs are people who have come alive. Okay. It's a process of discovery, but understanding that you have already come shaped to serve, and as you begin to follow the path of what makes you come alive, and you educate it, you grow it, that is already the path of your purpose. So that's how I'll answer that. It's the earlier question was, how do you recommend seeking collaborators when the company is already running? What about one who has a God-given vision but needs to get collaborations in issues such as board members? How can one go about that? You know, I believe that everything is really about levels. You know, the Bible says that in light we see greater light. You know, I'm reminded of the journey of David. You know, before he confronted Goliath, he had earlier successes. He had overcome the lion. he had overcome the bear. At every level of our lives, our successes attract a quality of people to us. And as we steward those relationships, we're open to bigger opportunities and more quality relationships. I believe that at every level of business growth, you always need a different level of partnerships, but a lot of it really has to do with how you are growing and how your business is growing. I see a lot of people want to have the best people from day one, but the attraction happens in different levels. So I think that's how I'll answer that. Thank you for asking.
Thank you so much, Dr. Carlton. If you have any more questions, please continue to type them in the Q&A section, and Dr. Carlton will go ahead and answer them there. Or after at the breakout sessions, you still will have the opportunity to ask these questions. So thank you so much, Dr. Carlton. May the good Lord bless you for sharing your heart with us this evening.
Thank you for inviting me.
Okay. So like we said earlier on, this is day 4 of the Inspire Conference. My name is Jessica Layadokamajisha. As your host this evening, we will go into our next session, directly into our next session, just to redeem time. The lady that is taking us through our next session is the awesome Dr. Eunice Adubango. Dr. Eunice is married to Brand Adubango. She's a mother of 3 boys. She has a PhD in civil engineering. She lectured at Makerere University for 12 years, left 2 years ago, and now lectures at Ndeja University School of Public Health. She's the owner of Talitha Store, Eunice Kitchen Limited, and Eunice Culinary School. She's an author of 4 books, 4 whole books, y'all, including a yearly women's devotional written each year for the last 7 years. Dr. Eunice, thank you so much for joining us this evening. Over to you as you take us through collaboration.
Thank you very much, Jessica. I'm very happy to be a part of this meeting this evening. I cannot share my video. The host has, I think, stopped it. I don't know how, but I'm very, very happy to be here this evening to share with you all about collaboration. And the theme is we are better together. And I am sharing from the sub-theme. I'm just sharing how, as a business or as Eunice Kitchen, the company that I lead, how we have managed to be able to collaborate with people, especially some in the diaspora, to be able to do business together, because there are so many people that would want to do business, but they are not able to do the business. And so I'm sharing from that angle and from that direction. Thank you so much, everyone that is tuned in. I am very, very happy to be here. Okay, so in the year 2012, I happened to go for the Africa House of Prayer conference. I hadn't known about this conference for a very, very long time, but a mentor that was mentoring me at that time invited me for that conference. The conference was in Entebbe at Imperial Botanical Beach Hotel. And I remember we didn't have all the money and all, the money for us to be able to pay the conference fees and everything. But we decided with my husband that it was okay for us to try it out and see how it goes. And so we went into this conference and we decided that we would be there. We would pay for only 1 day, check it out. And then if it makes sense for us, if it's worthwhile, then we would pay for the rest of the days, because we just couldn't afford it. 1 hour into the conference, we decided that we were going to stay here. And that is the first conference that introduced me to Africa. It introduced me to love Africa. It literally got me to understand why and how God made me an African. In the conference material that they gave us, there was a prophetic word that had been given on the 18th of March in 2005. It had been given in an earlier conference that was in South Africa. And I am just sharing just a few of the things that were in that prophetic word, because for me, that was the turning point. I remember I was just about to win my child, my older boy, and I remember going with the child and the maid, and, you know, because I really wanted to attend this. But 1 hour into the conference, we decided with my husband that we were going to pay and we were going to be there the entire time. So part of the prophetic words that came, the prophecy was entitled, "The Doors Are Opened." And here in the bullets are some of the things that caught my attention. And those are the things that have kept me speaking well of Africa, praying for Africa, and doing the things that I do. One of them was, "Open your eyes carefully and I will show you the doors within the door. And then be careful to know the laws of heaven. Be careful to use them to set my dominion on the earth. The doors are open to the thrones of Africa." Now, those of you who are in governance, who are on that mountain of influence, when a prophecy comes and it says that doors are open to the thrones of Africa, I hope you understand. And then it said, I have opened doors to the marketplace. I have opened doors to witty inventions. I have opened doors of knowledge and wisdom. I have opened doors of prophetic marriages. The thing about witty inventions has never, ever left my mind since that conference. I keep thinking about it. Every time I read the Bible and I see that word, it comes alive because it left an impression on my life. Like I said, there were so many things in the prophecy, but those things really caught my attention. Now, during that conference, they put us in workshops. There was a workshop for people in the marketplace, the professionals, and then there was a workshop for people who are in business. And until that conference, I had done 12 businesses that had totally failed. And so I didn't know if I wanted to go in the business side. So I remember telling my husband, go to the business side. I will just probably go to the professional side. But then when he came and he shared with me during lunch break, the things they had learned, I decided that the next time they call, I'll go to the business side, because business kept calling me, but I didn't know exactly what I needed to do. Now, one of the things that they explained to us during the business workshop was to understand prophetic marriages, because the prophecy said that God had opened a way for prophetic marriages. So they started to teach us how we can collaborate and work with one another. And then they taught us Christian business ethic. There are so many stories I had in that conference that left an impression of my life. But then the thing also that caught me was an understanding of the fivefold ministry. Now, the Bible tells us in Ephesians 4 that to some, God has given to be apostles, to some prophets, to some evangelists, to some pastors, and to some teachers. For a very, very long time, I knew that I was a teacher. I knew that give me any topic, give it to me anytime, I will break it down, I'll be able to explain it. And so I was always battling. Do I just stay in Makerere? Because at that time I was teaching. Do I just stay in Makerere? What do? I didn't know how to marry the two. But I got to learn from that conference that the apostles give structure to the body. They are the skeletal system of the body. The prophets stimulate us to action. They are like the nervous system. So in any environment, in our businesses, we need to be able to see, you know, the prophets need to be able to stimulate us so that we can see ahead, so that we can dream, so that we can understand what is God saying during this time, where can we invest, how can we invest it. And then the evangelists are the reproductive system. They help us to multiply. So when you want to scale your business, when you want to make it better, when you want to make it bigger, the evangelists. And then the pastors are like the saturatory system. They nurture, they care, the people in human resource, the people who distribute all the body's needs. And then the teachers who break down the food for easy assimilation. I remember when I had that, at first, because I had failed in business, I thought, well, this is my opportunity to just sit in Makerere and teach. After all, I can break down this food. But then so many things started happening to me. God started to call me in a different way concerning Africa. During that same conference, I remember I made the decision, I'll just be a professional, I'm a teacher. And then the next day, they taught us about Africa's prophetic destiny. And they taught us things that made me go back to Hosea 4:6. The Bible says that my people perish for lack of knowledge. There are many times, say online, I see someone posting something, or in a group, someone says something, and in most cases, I'll recognize it and I'll be like, this person's knowledge level of either Africa or of Uganda or of the things which are happening to us like right now is low. For example, people, if you read the Bible and you read the Old Testament and you read about the times of Nehemiah and you read about the times of Daniel and you read about, those times when they said Jerusalem was in ruins, you cannot say Uganda is in ruins. Because when you understand the meaning of ruins, you will actually have your knowledge up and you'll be able to do things differently. Now, Africa is where Abraham was blessed. God blessed Abraham in Africa. Joseph was trained in Africa. Moses was trained and schooled in all manner of wisdom in Africa. One of my mentors usually makes a comment, a funny comment, and usually says that that the best university in Africa must be the University of Memphis, because that is where Moses went. Actually, he says that when someone wants to do law or to study law, he usually says the best university is the University of Memphis, because that is where Moses was trained to understand the law, to understand what he was going to pass on to the children of Israel and later to the rest of us. Joshua was born in Africa. Jacob lived in Africa and he blessed his kin in Africa. Israel was incubated in Africa. Now, when you think about it, Israel is God's firstborn. Israel was incubated in the land of Egypt, and that is Africa. Now, when you don't understand that Africa has a certain prophetic destiny to give birth to people who understand the law, to give birth to people who understand the blessing, to train people to be able to incubate God's firstborn, you will actually not fall in love with Africa. Simon the Cyrene, who carried Jesus' cross, was an African. We all know the Ethiopian who carried Jeremiah out of the pit, but we also know about the Ethiopian eunuch. There were many Africans at the day of Pentecost. Spiritual warfare was birthed in Africa, because the first time we see God sending plagues, using darkness, using frogs, using blood, turning water into blood, was in Africa. So Africans understand spiritual warfare. Intercession was patented on this continent when Judah prayed concerning Joseph, and when he prayed for, when he also interceded in front of Joseph for his brothers. And the materials to build the first tabernacle were got from Africa. Jacob made Joseph's children inherit the blessing of children, and yet they were grandchildren here on the continent of Africa. Basically, there are just so many things that have happened in the continent of Africa. You need to check your knowledge levels of this continent. But then the other thing I want you to think about, which I have put in red, is Africa needs someone to marry her. Africa needs someone to fall in love with her. And when I say this, I want to cry. Africa needs one person who wakes up daily and speaks a good word to Africa. If you have seen a good marriage, a good man will speak good words of their wife. They will not wake up every morning and say, you are doomed. You are not going to do good. You will never amount to anything good. Africa needs someone to marry her. Someone shared with me that in the Jewish culture, every Sabbath, the wife comes and kneels in front of the husband. I don't know whether after the Sabbath meal or before, and the husband speaks Proverbs 31 over her. And the husband says, you are faithful, instruction is on your lips. You see a field and you buy it. Like the husband speaks all kinds of good words to the wife. There is no way you are not going to turn into a Proverbs 31 woman if your husband is speaking such things to you all the time. Now, when you read Jeremiah 29:4-7, you will understand what I mean by somebody needs to marry Africa. An Africa needs to be able not to forward all the bad things that are spoken about this continent. Someone needs to stand up and say, Africa, arise. The light of the glory of God shines upon you. Why does somebody need to fall in love with Africa? Because love never fails. Let me tell you, children of God, if you actually understood Africa and loved Africa, you would speak well of Africa. Let me tell you my own story about Uganda. I told you that I wanted to just be in academia and teach, but then for some reason, I really didn't want to do a PhD. I thought that it was too much. I just wanted to be one of those lecturers who, just be there, just do the good work, teach very well. That is what I wanted to do. And then God told me he wanted me to do a PhD. And I asked him, I said, why? And he said, because that is how I want to introduce you. I want to introduce you to Africa, and I want people to be able to hear you. But number two, I want you to learn analysis to the last detail, because I want you to get into the business space. I want you to learn business. And as a teacher, I want you to teach my children business. But you're not going to excel at business if you don't understand analysis. And the highest level that you can take it right now is the PhD. Many people ask me, why did you do the PhD? And then you end up doing food. And then, well, there is your answer. I am just someone that is doing business for the purposes of teaching, because God wanted somebody who had the understanding. But then the other thing I didn't understand is when I was doing the PhD, God wanted me. God was sort of, he was sweet talking me. He was sort of, how a man courts a girl. God was courting me to be able to love Uganda. There's someone who posted in one of the sessions this week, asking someone, I think it was Dr. Magara or someone who was talking about all the minerals that are in Africa. And this person said, but Uganda, what do we have? I used to be like that. And then I did my PhD, and I did it in the most unlikely thing. I studied a soil that we used to make cement. When I was setting out, because I'm an engineer, I thought all I was doing was to study that soil so that I can be able to understand the engineering. I didn't know what was coming. Ladies and gentlemen, the entire southwestern Uganda is one big pozzolan. That soil is called pozzolana. It's one big, like from Bushenyi all the way up to Kisoro. When the chemistry we did in the periodic table, when I studied a few of the components of that soil, I realized that almost 10 of those components that we did in the periodic table in chemistry are in that soil. And yet it is the most fertile soil, and so you can grow food crops on it, and yet at the same time, you can mine it, you can use it for so many things. But also what shocked me is the entire Eastern Uganda, all the way to Karamoja from Tororo, has that same soil. It seems like just soil, but can you imagine an entire expanse? And then of course, in the middle of the pozzolans, you find gold, you find so many things. Now, let me tell you about this material. You can use it to make paint, you can use it to make whatever for our fingernails, you can use it to make something for our lips gloss, you can use it to make plates, ceramic plates, you can use it to make tiles, you can imagine. I remember one afternoon after research, I told God, I said, the person who called Uganda the Pearl of Africa just saw the top. They didn't see what we could not see. And that day I realized that it is true. No eye has seen, no ear has heard, and no mind can conceive what God is going to do in this continent. Why does Africa need us to collaborate? Romans 1:16-17, a scripture that I have been meditating on so much for this year, says, I am not ashamed of the gospel of Christ, for it is the power of God for salvation for everyone who believes, for the Jew first and also for the Greek. For in it, the righteousness of God is revealed from faith to faith, as it is written, the just shall live by faith. The gospel of Christ is the power of God. And I'm not talking about telling people to confess Jesus as Lord. The gospel is the power of God for change. And that is what Africa needs. And the Bible is saying, in what? In the gospel is the righteousness of God revealed. What is the righteousness of God? God's righteousness is his effective work that cannot be limited by mere declaration. God's righteousness represents the unleashing of God's power in an active way. God's righteousness is what causes God to do right. It is what causes God to say, let there be. Africa needs to experience a faith that wins. A faith that wins reverses the natural order of things. And that faith is coming through the gospel. And those of us who are believers are the ones who have been entrusted with the gospel. The gospel is the revelation of God's righteousness, and that is what is going to cause God's kingdom to come, because Africa needs the kingdom of God to come. Africa needs the kingdom of God to come. Africa needs the kingdom of God to come. That is what Africa needs. So why does Africa need us to collaborate? Hebrews 5:13, it is a scripture I read this morning. And it just, it pierced my heart because it was just amazing. I had not seen it before. It says, every spiritual infant who lives on milk is not yet pierced by the revelation of righteousness. We need children of God who are pierced by the revelation of righteousness. Remember, I have told you, in the gospel, the righteousness of God is revealed. So we need people who have been pierced by the revelation of that righteousness, because children of God, Africa needs the revelation of God's righteousness. And that revelation, that has been revealed to us by faith. And when I say Africa, people, I mean every space, I mean every creature, I mean every land, I need every mineral, I need every resource. This is what I keep telling my children. I tell my children that we have to work this continent, that the mountains will allow, the air will allow, the rivers, meaning the mountains shall hear about the righteousness of God and they will bow. We need to harness every resource in Africa until it bows to the righteousness of God. All creature has the capacity to hear and feel God's righteousness revealed. There is a scripture in the Psalms that says, and all the hills and the fields shall clap their hands. The way it happened at Jesus' resurrection is that every manner of creation was able to feel the righteousness of God. The righteousness which was Jesus had to rise from the dead. The Red Sea parted because the sea was able to experience the righteousness of God. And the Bible is telling us that that righteousness of God is in the gospel. So we need to accept that what Africa needs is the gospel. The rock gushed water in the wilderness because of the righteousness of God, God's right way of doing things. Africa needs us to collaborate because we are the ones who have the keys of the kingdom. The Bible says in Matthew 16:19 that I have given you the keys of the kingdom. We are the only privileged people who, whatever we bind here is bound in heaven. And then these are some of the keys. The keys are Matthew 18:19, the key of agreement. If two agree, listen to that. If two of you agree concerning anything here on earth, my Father in heaven will do it. We have the key of unity. No wonder when Jesus was living, he prayed that we might be one. Because he said, if we are one, like he is one with the Father, then we will be in him. And then whatever we will require, he will give us. That is the key in the kingdom. Remember, I told you the prophecy said, understand the law. The prophecy said that knowledge and wisdom had been released. That happened in 2005. We have the powerful one living in us. 1 John 4:4 says, greater is he that is in me than the devil that is in the world. Now imagine me who has Jesus in me, joining with you who has the greater one in you. The Bible says one of us can put 1,000 to flight. Two of us can cause the legions to flee. We are the ones who fight fair. 2 Corinthians 10:4 says that the world is bad. It is dog eat dog. It does not fight fair. That is why when the non-believers prosper, they are not tithing. They are not giving. They are not advancing the gospel. They are probably not paying the tax. We are the ones who fight fair. We are the ones who will inherit the earth. Now, let me tell you something. I want you to imagine with me. I always tell people in my coaching classes, because like I said, God cast me into the business space to teach. And right now I'm collaborating with different people and helping them to set up businesses. I've allowed them to come into Eunice Kitchen, and I'm shortly going to tell the story as I roll towards the end. I have been able to learn in order for me to teach. But I always tell people in my business coaching classes, I tell them, imagine with me, if when the first lockdown came, when the corona pandemic hit, imagine if we had only 15 believers who owned 15 arcades in the city. Only 15. Imagine. Because you see, you are one, you are there, you have the powerful in you, the powerful one in you, and I'm alone and I'm here. But if we joined forces, the reason why we are not even sometimes seen is we are all struggling to arrive. I have arrived. The one my thing. I keep saying, even husbands cannot work together with the wife. Instead of getting the 1 million and investing it together, everybody gets 500 because I must have my thing. And we are not going to win like that. We are not going to win like that. So imagine with me, imagine 15 of us had the buildings in town, and then the pandemic hit. And remember, we are the only people who are rich. We come here already rich. The Bible even says that those who are poor, let them say, I'm rich. So if it means if you've not yet come to an understanding that you are already rich, then you should just confess it. The Bible says that we are more than conquerors, meaning we are, first of all, we are conquerors. That is a constant. Now, after being a conqueror, we are more than conquerors. So it means that we can give. Now, imagine 15 of us owned buildings in town, and then the pandemic hit. And then we told all the people renting that we've given them 2 years rent-free. Imagine what that would do for the cause of the gospel in the city of Kampala. Imagine what that would do for the cause of the gospel in the city of Johannesburg. Imagine what that would do for the cause of the gospel in Nigeria. Someone can afford to give you 1 month free rent, but a person who is already rich can afford to give you 3 years. Imagine if we did the Jubilee thing. Imagine if we did the fallow of the land, so that almost every 49 years, of the lease, we told people, you are free from every debt. Imagine with me what would happen. That is one of the reasons why we need to come together. Let me tell you the story of Eunice Kitchen and collaboration. And while I tell you the story, I want to tell you that number one, collaboration is not for survival. If when you listen to this message, you're thinking, oh, so who can put money in my business so that I can survive? Collaboration is not for survival. The men who built America did not think in terms of money. They thought in terms of winning. We need to start to think in terms of winning for Christ. We need to think in terms of establishing the kingdom of God here, because the kingdoms of this world must become the kingdoms of our Lord and of his Christ. So we go into the business environment to win. And so we need like-minded people. That is why it is prophetic marriages. We collaborate from a place of those who have everything. The Bible says that through his divine power, he has given us everything that we need for life and godliness. So the one who brings the money has, but even the one who brings the brains already has. So no one is an underdog when we collaborate, because we are the only people who come into a relationship with everything. And I need to tell you something. Never look at a believer like they have nothing. There are many people who say, I can't invest with believers. You're not believers. You can't trust them. You can't. I keep telling people, if you're good, if we have one good person who is you, what makes you think that you're the only good person on the earth? You can't be Jesus. Like, you are good. There is someone else that is good. The Bible says, do not give up your hope because it shall be richly rewarded. So if your hope is that there is no good person, that is why you're only meeting bad people. That's why it's getting richly rewarded. Now, in Eunice Kitchen, we started with catering. We started out our vision. We started with catering. God started to multiply us, and we started restaurants. We ran the restaurant for about 6 years. And then we realized this thing was working, and it was working so well. Interestingly, we had not yet hit profits of, say, 100 million shillings a month or something. But we looked at it with my husband and we said, the prophecy said it is time for prophetic marriages. There is someone who is sitting in an office in Dubai. They have a heart for Africa. They also want to do business, but they don't have foot soldiers to work for them. And we decided we were going to open up space and we were going to try it out. So we started by calling people to join us with Eunice Kitchen Kasangati. Interestingly, the 3 couples that we are working with there, 2 of them are in the diaspora. One couple is in the UK, one couple is in Dubai, and the couple that is in Dubai is the family of the chairman for Inspire Africa. They had never met us, never. They didn't know who we are. They had just seen my work on Facebook and seen me teaching in different fora, but they really honestly had never met us, but they had an inner witness. I still remember those meetings because the third couple, the lady stays here and she's my friend, so she had known me, she could trust me. The other people worked by the leading of the Holy Spirit. And I remember many nights sitting with my husband and he said, Eunice, what if people think we are cheating them? I said, but we are not going to cheat them. The prophecy said, let us study the law. We have understood the law. We already had a lawyer. We had covered all our bases and we knew we can do this and we can do it good. So we invited them. We first met online. And I remember, interestingly, in both these relationships, the ladies were sold out. Now, for our couple in Dubai, I remember one time we set up a meeting to talk with Paul and the wife. And I think 5 minutes into the call, Paul said, I think this is okay. I just know it in my spirit. So we started the journey. 6 months later, we were able to share some profits with them because we thought we would do a cycle of every year, but then we started the synergy in September, and I wanted us to be able to do the cycle of every year. So actually, not 6 months, about 5 months later, we were able to send everybody some money, from the profits. It has gone really well. We have Eunice Kitchen Mukono. Now, interestingly, what did the collaboration help us? Some people know where we had put the first location of Eunice Kitchen Kasangati, and it wasn't a very good location. Why? Because Brand and I, the level of capitalization we had wasn't high. But when we got these 3 couples on board, the level went higher, and so we got a better place and a bigger space. And it has gone really well. We are going to acquire more property through that synergy, and the dream is big. We started to make spices, and we've been looking for people to collaborate with, not to do the spices with them, but why can't we have someone who grows the different spices as an outgrower for us as we make these spices? Because God has cast us into a very wide space. But you see, because people come into collaboration for survival, the person says they are a farmer, they grow the spices, and then they either give you the spices at the exact market price as you would get on the stall in the market, or they give it to you not clean, or they because they do it for survival, they do one season and then they run out. And yet we need people to get spices from. We need people that we can buy different parts of different components of the business. People whom we know. Yes, you've not established a restaurant, but you know that you supply a string of restaurants with the following things. We started another collaboration with a friend where we rear chicken. And with her, we don't share out at the end of the year. For her, when we rear and sell, after sale, we share the profits. It's also written in a very good document, because Eunice Kitchen realized we need to start to go into farming. We have a farm. We are coming up with a new location, and we've been looking for one person to onboard. And then these are some of the things that those members who are in the UK, who are in Dubai, and the one who is in Uganda, but is even rarely in the business, doesn't know really the daily runnings of the business. These are the things that they have gained. Pastor Laban was sharing yesterday about villages. In Eunice Kitchen, we ran this as a kingdom business because we had to study the laws of the kingdom and we ran it like a kingdom business. During the pandemic, we asked people to call us for prayer because the first thing I learned when I established this business was an altar for prayer. I was so amazed at a certain business person in Kampala who shared with us during that workshop that he hires people on his team and their job description is to pray. I want to repeat that. You know, like people come to office in the morning and their JD is prayer. I just couldn't believe it. And he said, we have a prayer room. These people walk in, they clock in to pray. We learned the power of prayer. So Eunice Kitchen is actually an altar. During the pandemic, we invited people who were sick, who needed to be prayed for, and we got about 220 people who got in touch with us. 197 got healed. We lost only 3. The team was ecstatic. We do in Eunice Kitchen, it is a vehicle for missions. We give to churches every month. Every year we identify a church that is preaching the gospel and we send a check every month, pandemic or no pandemic. Because what Africa needs is not for us to make more money. Jesus didn't die so that we make money. It would have been a very small thing. And by the way, you can make money even without business. So the business is a vehicle. So someone is sitting in Dubai and is participating in the healing of the sick. We do crusades. We fund crusades in Eunice Kitchen. We have started to save so that we build houses for team members of Eunice Kitchen. God just told us at the beginning of this year, he said, Eunice, I don't want you to lead anyone that is poor. Immediately I went to the team and I said, people, each of you must own lands and not just land, and each one of you shall build a house. We started a fund to be able to build houses for team members. We have quarterly overnights in the prayer, in the business. We teach the staff the word. We invest in marriages of staff members. And one of the other things that has happened is Eunice Kitchen actually started Eunice Culinary Institute because Eunice Kitchen, contrary to what most businesses in our field do, where they go and find a very highly trained person and hire them, we always look out for the underprivileged in society and skill them. So you will find that somebody comes and when they came, they were totally almost nothing. And then we have skilled them. We have empowered them to start their own businesses. I have so many stories, but we have been able to accomplish all those through synergy and collaboration. How have we been able to do this? Trust is the first thing. All my business partners will tell you that every month on the dot, and I wish Paul could testify to this, I send them what our sales were. I tell them what our profits were. I tell them why we have those profits. Unless I'm sick, unless I can't post the sales, and I will send a message and I will say, guys, I can't do this. The books are open. You can walk in anytime. The understanding that we are good together and we win together has helped us. Everybody can't be Eunice. But when I make a post and a partner makes a post, when I send a prayer request and the partner also prays, I remember the time we lost one of our customers during the Corona season and I posted on the groups of the partners, everyone was torn. What has helped us is agreeing, because the Bible says, can two walk together unless they agree? Everybody has agreed. Eunice has been here long enough. She understands this vision. Let her lead. The understanding of leadership has helped us. Knowledge of the law has helped us. Knowledge of stewardship has helped us. But also understanding that we are different parts of the same body has helped us. We have a partner who is in the UK. I think she's listening. She's just amazing. She's in the UK, but she can get us any contact in Uganda. So in most cases, when we need something, I just say, I'm sure Edna has a number. And believe you me, within about a minute, she'll post a number. But we have a shared burden for Africa. Children of God, I'm ending this, but I want to ask us, what is your burden for Africa? I've said it and I'll say it again. Africa needs someone to marry it. When you marry a woman, that is if you're a good man, like my husband, you want to build them a house. You want to take care of their need. You want a roof over their head. You want to take care of them. I want to ask us, who will go for us? because the entire universe is standing. And it's not only Africa that is standing, it's the entire universe. Because when you understand Africa's prophetic call, you understand that the entire universe is depending on our prophetic call. The entire universe is standing on tiptoe, yearning to see the unveiling of God's glorious sons and daughters. The entire universe is standing. The universe wants to know, how do they really do business? How do they really treat workers? How do you really keep workers? Every time in my business classes, people ask me, but Dr. Eunice, how have you managed to keep the same faces for the last 7 years? And I usually tell them the law of the land. People who come into my business space know that it is a class, but the most important part of the class is the prayer meeting. They know it. They know it. You can probably be booted if you perpetually dodge the prayer meeting. Why? Because we are here to cause the kingdoms of this world to be the kingdoms of our God. Will you go for us? There is someone in New York who really needs your feet. There is someone down in South Africa who needs your hands. There's someone next door in Rwanda who needs the spices we have here. Will you be the feet that will go for us? Thank you very much.
Wow. 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 Thank you so much, Dr. Eunice. Who will go for us indeed? I feel like I have a new burden for Africa. And I think that a lot of the people agree. In the comment section, you'll just see how charged up we are. And what an honor to be part of conversations like this at a time such as this. Thank you so much for sharing your heart with us. Thank you so much for broadcasting the mind of Christ to us, the heart of God. We are excited. We hope that we can take what you have shared with us and run with it. And just listening to your story, we see real examples of collaboration and working together, and why we are better together, and why the ultimate thing is not to outcompete each other, but to build each other. Thank you so much, Dr. Eunice, for sharing with us this evening. So because of the element of time, we will not take questions, but please go ahead and write your questions in the chat section, and Dr. Eunice will come and type out replies in the chat section. But also, because we have a breakout session at the end of the evening, please keep those questions as well, because our speakers will be part of the breakout sessions. Yes, so we're about to go into a break, a music break, and then we'll come back with the next session, which is a panel session, a health panel session. Yes, follow us on all our social media platforms. Look for @Inspire Synergy. And if you have not been part of the past 3 days of the conference, please check on our social media, on our Facebook and our YouTube, where we live streamed. You should be able to find a recording of the past few days. So we'll go into a music break right now and prepare for the next sessions shortly.
The time is now for Africa. The time is now for you and I. In the northeast of Africa, in the land of Egypt, Abraham was made rich. Father of nations was made rich. When the next generation was born, Isaac came down to Africa. And as a visitor, he left rich. We're the land that blesses all. When the whole world was hungry, Mama Africa, you gave her your food. It was Jacob you made rich. It's the whole world you put a smile. This day we stand in the land that fed the whole world. This day we're saying no more hunger in Africa. Let's strive, let's get our tools, put our minds to work. Are you ready? Africa, are you ready? The time is now for Africa. The time is now for you and I. The When young boys were killed by sword, Joseph and Mary fled away. Baby Jesus, they kept saying, they found refuge in Africa. When my Savior's time was nigh, Simon of Cyrene helped him. He helped him with the cross. There's a revival in Africa. Is it silver or gold or diamonds? Good weather, good people. Is it cocoa, vanilla or coffee? Life and light down in Africa. This day we stand in the land with all the minerals. This day we say we shall never lack, we have it all. Let's rise, let's get our tools, put our minds to work. Are you ready? Are you ready? Africa, are you ready? Africa. The time is now for Africa. The time is now for you. The time is now for you and I. Africa. The time is now. Can you see? Africa. The time is now. The time is now. Inspire Africa. You've been called. We're the Josephs of our time. Yeah, mama, way. Since the world was made, rise and take our place. He created you. We're the Josephs of our time. Yeah, mama, way. Yeah, mama, way. Yeah, mama, rise and take our place. Yeah, mama, way. You've been called. You've been the Josephs of our time. Yeah, mama, way. Your time. We will rise and take our place. Yeah, mama, way. We're the Josephs of our time. Yeah, mama, way. Yeah, mama, way. We will rise and take our place. Yeah, mama, way. God is the land of Africa. In God we bless our Africa. Sweet motherland, yes, Africa. You'll always belong to Africa. Mungu tusaidie. Tawala kuvea wamu. Tunaomba. Sing this song. Sing this song of Africa. The time is now. Oh, Africa. The time is now. He formed you, and I. Just rise. The time is now. Oh, Africa. Your time is now. The time is now. Inspire Africa. Yeah, yeah, yeah. The time is now for Africa. The time is now for you and I. You have the time is now for Africa. The time is now for Africa.
Wow, welcome back from the break. And thank you so much, everyone who is joining us, those who are on the Zoom call, those who are on Facebook, those who are on YouTube. We are delighted to have you with us this evening at Inspire. And welcome to Inspire Synergy 2021. Thank you very much for that lovely music. Please remember to subscribe to the channel ML Music Uganda, their YouTube channel, Facebook page, Etho Ononge, and you'll be able to receive more updates of that very, very beautiful angelic music. My name is Elizabeth Okello, and I'm going to be your host for this part of the evening. And I must say welcome. Welcome from wherever you are. We are delighted to have you with us. Without wasting a lot of time, this session is, we have a theme for this session, and that is investment in health, our greatest wealth. And I must say we are privileged to have a team of experts, a team of health experts with us who are going to be taking us through to digest this theme and tell us a little bit more about what it is. And this is how we're going to do it. We will have all the four panelists be able to take us through, give us some insights from their different areas of expertise on the theme. And then we'll be able to have a discussion. But please do not forget that we will have breakout sessions after this, so you can be able to ask a lot more questions, interact with our team after we have ended officially the sessions. So thank you very much. And please do not forget to share your highlights with those who may not be here on Twitter, on Facebook, and be able to share what is it that is standing out for you as you listen in to our speakers this evening. Thank you very much. And I'm going to quickly go straight to introduce. We have 4 panelists, and I'm going to introduce our first panelist, who is going to share with us his insights. And this is none other Dr. Geoffrey Musinguzi. He's a fellow at Makerere University School of Public Health in the Department of Disease Control and Environmental Health. Dr. Musinguzi holds a postdoctorate research position in the Department of Primary and Interdisciplinary Care at the University of Antwerp in Belgium. He also holds a Doctor of Medical Science from the University of Antwerp and a Master of Medical Science with a major in Public Health from Lund University in Sweden. His first degree is Bachelor of Environmental Health Science from Makerere University, and his academic and research interest is epidemiology of HIV and cardiovascular disease risk factors in the community and preparedness of health systems. He's also involved in teaching and academic supervision of both undergraduate, graduate students at Makerere University School of Public Health. Dr. Musinguzi is an academic editor, member of the Public Library of Science editorial board. He's also a reviewer for several international journals, including the Journal of Clinical Hypertension. And this is the gentleman who is going to share with us, together with a team of others that will come shortly. So Dr. Geoffrey Musinguzi, over to you to share with us. You're welcome.
Thank you, Elizabeth, for such a wonderful introduction. What a great opportunity to be on this platform. A big challenge for Eunice, who has eloquently presented herself and having a background in academia and then going into business. She talked about spices in food. I'll of course talk about spices, not food, but cardiovascular prevention. So as I start, let me try to share my video just shortly. And then all right, I don't know whether you see, do you see my video? No, just a minute. Elizabeth, is it possible to share it from that side? I seem to be failing to share that video here.
We can see your video. We can see your video. Or you want your screen?
The screen, yes. I wanted the screen. I'm failed to share it here. If you can just put my screen, and then we should be able to move quickly in the discussion.
All right, you could go right ahead. Yeah. We will have.
Yeah, as you try to share. Yeah, thank you so much. You have ably introduced me, and the title we are focusing on with my colleagues who will be following really is investment in health, our greatest wealth. If you look at my title, I said, is it? So of course the audience will be able to let us know whether it really investment in health is their greatest wealth, or really many other areas take a lot of their focus. Elizabeth, haven't seen my slides, but I'll be going on probably to come through. A quick introduction of myself. I'm a Christian, born again. I've been moving with Christ for quite some time, since I was a young boy, now grown with great responsibility. I'm a father. I'm a husband of one wife. I'm a researcher. Of course, I'm an academic editor. There is a particular slide of interest which I wanted, but I think sharing has failed, which was a practical session that I wanted members to be able to go through. But you can see go through.
We will have it in a minute. Yeah, we will have it in a minute. Just go on.
Oh, that would be very wonderful if you can really have it in a minute. So as I did say, my area of interest is cardiovascular health risk factor and prevention of cardiovascular disease. I'm sure all of you might be having a pen before you and a piece of paper. You probably might be having maybe a phone, whatever it is. So there are these particular risk factors that I want you to either put the number you see there or put a 0. Excellent. So we are there. Slide number 3, Elizabeth, is what I'm interested in. Number 3, that one there. So if you have a pen, the first factor, smoking 2 packs of cigarette a day. If you do, put an 8. If you don't, put a 0. The second factor, drinking alcohol 3 or more ounces a week. This 3 ounces is about 28 grams. If you do, put a 10. If you don't, put a 0. Overeating, more than 2,500 calories per day. I know in Africa, it's not always common for us to measure, but just assuming you think you really overeat and you put a 5, but if you think you don't overeat, you can put a 0, or you can leave it if you think it doesn't apply to you. Eating too much fat in your diet, this could be pork, this could be ghee, it could be butter, anything. If you think you really take a lot of this, put a 5. If you don't, put a 0. Eating lots of sugar, if you think you take a lot of sugar, put an 8. If you don't, put a 0. Not exercising at least 3 times a week. And this exercising is about 30 minutes. Every time you exercise, about 30 minutes. That means about 3 times a week. You can put a 10 if you don't. But if you do, put a 0. Being overweight, if you consider yourself overweight, we measure overweight using what we call a body mass index or waist hip ratio. But if you think you are overweight, put a 10. If you're not, put a 0. Having lots of stress in your life. If you really think you have a lot of stress in your life, put a 7. If you don't, you can put a 0. So at the end of it, or you can do an aggregate. Don't send me the answers because I don't need them. But I also have a case scenario here of one of my case person here who almost goes for all these risk factors. So they actually have a 63 score. Below it, you can see a number line from birth to 90 or to 100. So let's assume your life expectancy, for me, the life expectancy for the person here, they wish life for this person to live is 100 years. So these numbers standing for risk factor, years of life lost when you practice certain behaviors. For example, smoking cigarette regularly will lead you to lose about 8 years of life. So if I add all, I would say 100 minus 63. A person who was supposed to live 100 years ends up living around 37 years. So I'm sure if the life expectancy for Uganda is maybe 60, you can do the same, remove the risks you have been able to get, and then you can know where you stand. That takes me back to my question, is it really health our greatest investment or not? We can go on, Elizabeth, the next slide, and then we go into a further discussion on this. Keep your answers to yourself. That was really intended to trigger you. So what happens is that most of these risk factors, as you can see, physical inactivity, alcohol consumption, tobacco, and the rest, are taking root in Africa. They are really taking deep root in Africa, and as they go deep into the society, they flourish by actually releasing some of these non-communicable diseases, the diabetes that are increasing, the cancers that we are seeing, the heart diseases, we are seeing the chronic lung diseases, and among many other factors. We can go to the next slide. So as they take root, we realize it takes us to what we call the illness wellness paradigm. This was conceived by a man called John Travis. In fact, he had just finished his clinicals in Baltimore. And then he realized when the rest had left, that's when he conceived this. So he realized that there is a treatment paradigm, and the treatment paradigm, that's when you actually feel sick. You get malaria, you run because you develop signs, you develop symptoms, and then you run to the hospital, get treatment. Or any other sickness that is clearly presenting with challenges to you. But then you realize that beyond that treatment paradigm, there is the wellness paradigm that starts from even a state of ill health to a state of high level of wellness. So you realize that using this simple wellness paradigm, illness wellness paradigm, many of the people are operating below the wellness midpoint. The treatment paradigm helps us reach the neutral point where there is no discernible illness or wellness. And the moment that is it, we are actually comfortable. But in reality, there are risk factors, as we have seen, that slowly eat us up. And in the process, when the cancer presents, okay, it's after a long time of exposure. We can go to my next slide. Yes. So these are just trends, projected trends of selected profiles. I chose obesity and blood pressure for the period 2000 to 2025. The dotted line shows the target we need to meet. There are global targets which we are set. But however, if you could look at our trend from the data coming in from the WHO NCD profile for Uganda, our obesity trend is going high. Our blood pressure trend is also going high. So you can go to the next slide, Elizabeth. So that's what we really observe. So remember, we are talking about the root causes and what brings about this. From the work we are doing in Mukono and Wikwe, of course, this is hospital data. We see some of these trends. What we see, of course, in Wikwe, it's a downward trend, not because the cases are going down, but just simply because of our scarcity or inability to be able to regularly take screenings for some of these basic conditions. Let's go to the next screen. I'm trying to be mindful of time. So what is health? The most classic definition of health is actually that of WHO, 1948, and still stands to this date. A state of complete physical, mental, and social well-being, and not merely the absence of disease or infirmity. When we go back to our illness wellness model, we tend to define, in most cases, health based on infirmity or disease. But this definition is so broad, it takes into consideration the mental health, the social health, and the physical health. So health must cover the physical, the mental, emotional health, as well as social health. If any of these, Elizabeth, you can be taking me to my next slide, gets skewed or is given less attention, what happens is that you get your triangle flip-flopping. So it can be loop-sided, meaning that you cannot be fully healthy when this triangle is actually not what? Complete. So all sides, it's our responsibility to try as much as possible to work and keep these sides balanced. Your physical health, you need to work on it, and there are many things you do to keep your physical health. For example, exercising or physical activity, talk about eating proper or healthy diet, talk about having enough sleep and so forth. But also your mental health, you need to work on it actually. And there are some active things you can do actually to ensure that your mental health is catered for, but also social health, defined by how we go about with others. So we don't need this flip-flopping, but we are not always in total control of these triangles. That takes us to our next slide, Elizabeth. So in the next slide, we see the broader determinants of health. Around 2003, WHO commissioned, I think it was the Michael Marmot report, to go and find out what are the broader determinants, the social determinants of health. Michael Marmot and his team in 2008 published a report, and they came up with specific recommendations. The title of the report was Closing the Gap in a Generation, Health Equity Through Action on the Social Determinants of Health. Me and you know, the report was published in 2008. This is 2021. You and me can agree whether we have actually closed the gap or actually the gap has become wider. And I think the pandemic can actually tell us more about this. So some of these reports can come through, international reports, but they clearly tell us that they can be well written, but in reality, they trickle into the recommendations. And I think the theme for this conference is such an excellent theme that Africa get ready. So when you look at the specific recommendation, improve daily living conditions, this is a broader determinant, and as it doesn't only determine non-communicable diseases, but also determines communicable diseases or infectious diseases. Tackle the inequitable distribution of power, money, and resources. If we talk of the index, the gene index in Africa, that's why we find very huge, very rich. The poor is very poor. So those differences were recommended to be tackled measure and understand the problem, assess the impact of action. So I'm not going into the detail of this, but shows the broader determinants: water, sanitation, housing, and so forth. All those factors will determine how we balance on the triangle. We can go to the next slide, Elizabeth. Now, in the next slide, after looking at these broader determinants, why should we really invest in health? Investing in health saves lives. We need health to make wealth. When we are not healthy, for sure, it's very difficult to be wealth. Individuals, families, communities, and governments all have got a role to play. Sometimes we say it's the government responsibility. Yes, government has got responsibility, but we also as individuals, we have responsibility over our health. Ill health impairs productivity, hinders job prospects, and adversely affect human capital development. I'm sure some of you might have been to some places where people actually ask you for a medical exam, and then you give that report. Ask yourself why. Just because you are looking for health people to be able, because you are sure when people are very healthy, they're actually going to be very productive. Essential cost-effective health services should be accessible to the poorest in society to improve productivity and avoid impoverishment. When you have very poor society, we actually suffer. Crime increases. And of course, the demand on the resources you may have even when you're rich can be so high. It's very difficult as a Christian to see your neighbor suffering and then you remain, excelling in health, in wealth. Health and well-being are essential in fostering economic development, poverty reduction, and overall social cohesion at the various levels of society. So investment in health is a call for all of us. Let's go to the next slide, Elizabeth. So I just wanted to say, what's our contribution? What is a small contribution? Eunice asked a very pertinent question. What is your burden for Africa? As you heard in the introduction, I work both for Makerere University, but also for the University of Antwerp, largely on the same project, SPICES, which is scaling up packages of interventions for cardiovascular disease prevention in sub-Saharan Africa and Europe. I was so much requested to remain in Europe, but I say, no, I need to be based in Uganda. So I'm able to do the implementation of this project. I benefited out of it from the community of Mukono and Wiko, and I felt I needed to give back. So we are implementing a cascade of CVD prevention, starting from the household to the community, to the primary health care level. At the primary health care level, we are targeting health center 3s, the health center 4s, and the district hospitals. Then, of course, the community, we are targeting community health workers, and then, of course, the household members. Let's go to the next slide. Now, the specific activities, what are we doing at health facilities? We realize that most of the training, medical training, is skewed towards infectious and maternal health conditions. These NCDs are largely, a newcomer on the table. So the interest has actually been low. So from the assessment we did from healthcare workers, we realized there was a huge gap in basic management of these chronic conditions. So we decided to deliver an 8-day modular program to on-site program to health facilities. So these pictures are just illustrating some of the different facilities, health center 3s in Mukono, health center 4s in Mukono, and the district facilities, actually both in Mukono and Wiko. Let's go to the next slide. And these are various places we have been able to visit and train. Let's go to the next slide. So in our next slide, shows our Cycle 1 and the Cycle 2 training activities. We felt like there was need for us to train at health facilities because it would be more costly. We are looking for cost-effective intervention. It would be more costly to bring people into the workshop. But also on the other hand, we know human resource capacity is very limited in these facilities. So we train the healthcare workers after they have actually done their work in the afternoon from 2 to actually 5. So in total, before the lockdown, we had trained 13 health facilities and in 2 different cycles. Cycle 1, we trained 163 and full attendance was 74, giving us a 48% completion. Cycle 2, after learning lessons, were able to improve completion to 72. And we realized that it was important to disseminate and keep in constant touch with the trainees to be able to learn and gain and work together with them. So that learning helped us to actually improve. Let's go to the next slide. But also working with the local support was extremely important. So next slide, Elizabeth, was very, very important in our programming. We continue to deliver this within Mukono and Wikwe. I can say that COVID-19 has really been a problem to us. Next slide, I can't see the next slide, but the next slide focuses on equipping these facilities exactly. So data is power. We realize that most of these health center threes, they were using paper-based data, but we realized that it's a huge challenge for us to track some of these conditions. So we actually equip them with different tools, computers, diagnostic tools. From the community study we conduct, we realized that up to only 40%, for example, say they have never had hypertension assessment or diagnosis or screening done. So we felt like basic screenings were actually required. So we offer these basic tools to all these primary healthcare facilities. And I'm happy to say that the government approach towards the parish level is such an excellent approach, because that's where the people are. Some people would live, for example, Mpunge, a village a little bit far to the lakeside, to go to Mukono, but the cost of transport to go for example, a glucose test to try to find out whether they actually have high blood sugar or don't, or to go for a blood pressure measurement. So we felt that that was a huge gap. These things are not very expensive. So we have been working closely with the district health team to be able to have these at the level of health center 3s and the level of health center 4, so that care is cascaded from the health center 3 to the health center 4 and then to the district hospitals. We can go to the next slide. Please. Yes, so this shows just a bit of some of those facilities we have been able to equip desktop computers, and this is before the lockdown, by the way. 13 were facilitated, 13 facilities, but only 10 received. Now, the biggest challenge we have also had is that some facilities don't have electricity, and we cannot, of course, provide that. So they'll miss a computer because they are not connected to a grid. So we have these stadiometers, measurement tapes, glucometer and strips. Thermal printers were also provided. Let's go to the next slide. I'm being cognizant of time to see that we finish in time. Now, digitalizing data at health facilities is such a fantastic thing. It has not only changed, it has not only impacted healthcare workers, but also the community that benefit. Now, we had one gap. We would do the data screening on the computer, but then we had nothing we are giving to the patient. So that was a huge gap. Let's go to the next slide to be able to show you some bit of innovation gap, because the patients were being screened, but then they would actually, one time passing along the street on Kampala, you see, this is actually, when you are in a street parking, I think then they give you a receipt. I realized this is a small piece of paper, very cheap. So I asked the IT team, can't we actually integrate something of this kind into our screening activities in Mukono and Wikwe? Interestingly, the IT team picked it up. So if you show in the next slide, you'll actually realize that we are now able to print results for our clients in these facilities to be able to see what results they have received and to be able to go along. So it has revolutionized healthcare facilities at that level. But on the other hand, I also have to say, if you can go to the next slide, Elizabeth, sorry, I think the slides are heavy. Now, it has also actually increased interest and patient-seeking behavior. So on the left, you'll actually see that is our small printer. We use very small rolls of papers. And then on the rest, I'm actually just displaying one of the printout, displaying a patient result. So this has actually been excellent. Of course, we have some challenges in terms of power, in terms of human resource, but this is an implementation science research. So we actually keep improving. Let's go to the next slide. I'm actually coming to the end almost. So in the next slide, We are also intervening at the community health care workers. We train them to be able to deliver at the household level. So that's one of the sessions. The next slide. So these community health workers are given a 7-day comprehensive training, including a practicum. So when they go to the communities, actually they go house to house to be able to train household members on the broad range of cardiovascular risk. If you see at the back of their t-shirts, there are the different basic questions I asked in the beginning: alcohol, physical activity, overweight. And then the next slide, which is not coming through, is about the visits we make in these homes by the community health workers. And the slide that comes after that is about the benefit. Yes, this one here. Now, health is wealth. Because we educated community members to grow vegetables, increase their food consumption. What we are seeing in that slide, when we visited this particular home, the lady gave us vegetables to show that what you taught me, I comprehended it. Let's go to the next slide. Now, the next slide is showing us some of the impact responses that have actually, yes, this is the community. Let's go to the next slide because I want to finish. I see time has gone through. This is all community intervention, empowering groups within those communities. And then this is the broader team, including interventions here in Uganda, in South Africa, in the UK, as well as in Belgium. And then the next slide after that shows us one of the blogs of one of the person in terms of impact. You go past that slide, shows us one of the blogs. Yes, Spices Project improving NCD health centers and impacting community, championing community transformation. So that's what we are really doing and contributing to the well-being of the people in our country. Thank you so much, Elizabeth. I'll stop there and then allow others also to participate.
Wow, thank you very much, Dr. Geoffrey Musinguzi. And I must say, for the listeners out there, CVD is cardiovascular disease. I could see someone typing in there, but thank you very much and for sharing with us your expertise. And we are grateful for that project that you are doing in Mukono and Luikwe. We are hopeful that this will spiral into the rest of Africa so that we could have similar of these all over. What we hope and envisage for the whole of Africa is to see that this is displayed all over across the continent. Thank you very much, Dr. Musinguzi. We are delighted that you could share with us in your story, and we thank God for what you are doing. Please do not shift your seat, do not shift your direction. We have 3 more panelists, and I must say we also have a guest panelist in the house, and I'm sure you don't want to miss out on listening to what these experts have. Investment in health, our greatest wealth. Africa, get ready. Our next panelist is Dr. Godfrey Zari Rukundo, a senior lecturer and head Department of Psychiatry, Faculty of Medicine at Mbarara University of Science and Technology. He has been a member of the faculty since 2001 and coordinates graduate training in the Department of Psychiatry. His research focus is on suicide, and I must say, I just discovered that we have a suicidologist in the country, and child mental health, mental disorders secondary to general medical conditions, depression, and medical education. Dr. Rukundo has been an investigator in a number of funded research grants with a number of publications coming out of his work. He has taught and successfully supervised several research projects at different levels, and his additional training is in leadership skills and research translation. He's a clinician with more than 20 years of experience in different settings, and he coordinates the consultation liaison psychiatric service and oversees the psychiatric clinical work at Mbarara Regional Referral Hospital. So welcome with me, Dr. Zari Rukundo, to share with us his insights on investment in health, our greatest wealth. Over to you, Dr. Rukundo. Welcome.
Yeah, thank you very much, Elizabeth, for the introduction. And I'm glad I have this opportunity to talk to you about investment in mental health. Because I'm focusing on mental health, I just put mental health instead of just health. I am glad this is I think I've been attending these conferences, and this is an opportunity for me to share. So you can go to the next slide since you have already introduced me. Yes, so before I make my presentation, I have these thoughts that I thought you would think about. And one of them is my neighbor mental healthy? These are thoughts to ponder. Should I be concerned about their mental health? Am I mentally healthy? Could I be mentally unwell? Could mental ill health be the cause of my physical ailments? Is there anything I can do about mental health? So you could be thinking about those questions as we go along. Next. Yes, when you say that you are healthy, yet you are mentally unhealthy, something is wrong. In mental health, we say you lack insight. You don't understand your situation or the situation you are in. And according to WHO, there is no health without mental health. And I'm glad Dr. Musing has talked about it. You cannot say you are physically healthy when you are mentally unhealthy, because they go hand in hand. And the last question there is, could you be unwell and yet you are unaware? So let's go on. Yes, World Health Organization defines mental health as a state of well-being in which the individual realizes his or her own abilities or their own potential, and they are able to cope with the normal stresses of life. Stresses which other people also cope with. And that individual is able to work productively and fruitfully. And they are able to make a contribution, a contribution to their community. So when you look at this definition of mental health, you could think about your own life, think about are they mentally healthy, or are you mentally healthy yourself? Next. Yes, so I've just highlighted examples of mental disorders. The most common are anxiety disorders and depression. Then we have substance use disorders like alcohol use and drugs. We have post-traumatic stress disorder. And then we have schizophrenia and other psychotic disorders, which are well known by many people, because most of the time when people talk about mental disorders, they are thinking about schizophrenia and they are thinking about bipolar, because those are the ones which are most obvious. Then we have autism spectrum disorder and attention deficit hyperactivity disorder, which are commonly diagnosed in young people. And then we have disorders which are secondary to physical illness. They come usually following a physical illness, whether it is following cancer or following diabetes, following hypertension, or following a brain tumor. And there are many other mental disorders. I just wanted you to know that when they talk of mental illness, it is not just one disorder. There are so many disorders. Okay. Next. Yes, so what are the risk factors for mental illness? There are many. Highlight a few. You could have childhood adversities, whether it be child abuse, physical and sexual. It could be child neglect. You could have civil conflicts, wars, natural disasters that we have been experiencing in the recent past. You could have physical illnesses like HIV, domestic violence, loss of a significant other, and then loss of social support or lack of social support. There are so many risk factors that can put somebody at risk of mental illness. Next. Yes, so mental illness does not segregate. The rich, the poor, it doesn't segregate among the young and the old. It doesn't segregate whether you're a Christian or an unbeliever. It doesn't segregate whether you are educated or uneducated, whether you are living in the rural or in the urban. It doesn't segregate whether you are white or black. It doesn't segregate whether you are African, American, European, Australian, and any other identity that you could have. It is just like COVID, it doesn't segregate. So globally, we have about 1 billion people suffering from mental illness. And about 25% of the population will suffer a psychiatric or behavioral disorder during their lifetime. So about a quarter of the people. And untreated mental disorders account for about 13% of the global burden of disease. And about 700 to 800,000 people commit suicide annually globally. And the biggest burden of these disorders occur in the low and middle income countries. Go on. Next slide. Okay. So what about in Africa? Yes, in Africa, we don't have enough health workers. Although globally, for 100,000 people, in Africa, we have less than one person, or we have one person for 100,000 people. One person who is trained in mental health. When we look at psychiatrists, we have about 45 psychiatrists in the entire country. Psychiatrists per 1 million, which is difficult. In rural areas, we don't have many psychiatrists until recently, when we started having at least some psychiatrists in some regional referral hospitals. And less than 10% of those who need mental health care access it because of the shortage of the specialists. Next. Mental disorders account for about 19% of all years of healthy life lost due to disability, as Dr. Singh told us in the previous presentation. And unfortunately, most African countries or governments have not invested in mental health. They invest about 1% of their health budget on mental health, as if it is not a significant part of health. Next. Next slide, please. Okay. Yes, what about in Uganda? Uganda is one of the 6 top African countries with high rates of depression and anxiety. We have about 4.6% of Ugandans depressed. And about 1% of the health budget is on mental health. And most of this is spent at the National Referral Psychiatric Hospital, which is the Hospital. And for example, we have the Mental Health Act, which was passed but has not been gazetted, yet is supposed to be the one we are using as law concerning treatment of mental disorders. But it has been in this state for a long time. It is not considered as a priority. And the COVID pandemic, that our government does not prioritize mental health, because the mental health units which had been built with a vision of promoting mental health were converted into COVID isolation centers in many regions. And again, Uganda is one of the 19 countries in the world which still consider suicide as a crime. They do not understand, or we do not understand, that this is a mental health issue. We consider it as a legal issue. We have not focused on mental health as a result of alcohol use. Instead, we have looked at the money and the taxes we can get from alcohol use. Next. Yes, so what are the available services, or what help is available in Uganda and many other African countries? There are so many outpatient care health facilities, inpatient healthcare facilities. People with mental disorders can be treated with medication. They can be treated with talk therapies. They can be given information about their disorders, and they can also be rehabilitated in different centers, including hospitals. So there are so many things that we can do to help our people. So what are some of the challenges and opportunities that we have? We have very few pharmacies importing psychiatric medications, because most of the patients, unless they have employment or unless they have supportive families, they are not able to work and they are not able to buy these medications. So the medications are not important, and those which are imported are unnecessarily expensive. And remember, most companies do not want to insure mental illness. They will insure many other things, accidents and the rest, but when you break down with depression or bipolar, they don't want to think about insuring that. So which is a big challenge. Next slide. Yes, the other challenge and also an opportunity is that we have very few people who have invested in private mental health facilities. So this is an opportunity for Africans to invest there. Most investors look at quick returns, but mental illness becomes a liability. If you don't invest in it, it still becomes a liability. Because most countries in Africa have focused on mortality. They have not focused on health, and they have not focused on mental health as a possible cause of the physical problems or the mortality that we may see in other disorders. Next slide, please. Yes, so what are some of the preventive measures? One of them is to invest at an individual level. Each individual has the responsibility of investing in their own mental health. Dr. Musingi talked about sleep, talked about exercise, but also we can look at other things that we can do, like self-care, self-awareness, knowing what you can handle and what you cannot handle at an individual level, instead of thinking that when you are sick, you are going to go to hospital. We can also invest, as a government, we can invest in mental health by training more people, establishing more health facilities, because when we don't invest in mental health, it will cost other targets that we have. We will not be able to get many outcomes or outputs if the population is mentally unhealthy. Next. Next slide, please. Okay. So we have some areas, again, that have not been focused on. And as I have mentioned earlier, poor mental health leads to low work outputs. So for example, if you have employees and you don't consider their mental health, don't expect much from what they are supposed to do, because they will get burnt out, they'll be discouraged, they'll be anxious, they'll be depressed, and some of them may start treating themselves with alcohol. So not investing in their mental health may cost you other outputs. A sick neighbor or a sick brother becomes a liability. So if you don't treat them, you may feel unsafe, or they may take your time as you care for them in hospital. So investing in caring for them earlier or preventing their own mental health can be beneficial to you. And remember, denial of mental illness does not take it away. When you're sick, it's better you accept it and you handle it instead of denying it. Mental disorders, some of them, are responsible for the high crime rates. If you go to the prisons and you assess them for their mental health, you'll find that many of them have mental illness, which was not recognized even at the time the crimes were committed. So for us to reduce the crime rate, we need to invest in mental health. Next. Yes, the other opportunity Yes, I had playing, enjoying play, be happy, enhancing coping strategies that have been useful before. If you have gone through a challenge and you use the certain strategy, you can still use it now. Positive thinking, thinking that things are going to be better, hoping that things are going to be better, hoping in God as Christians to know that what you cannot handle, God can handle. Studying the word, praying, seeking counsel, instead of carrying the entire baggage. Not sure, when you have questions, seek professional answer. And then we need to change our attitudes. We need to change, be at individual level, community level, infrastructure. COVID came and challenged us. We realized we are actually not ready for any eventualities. We struggled. That's why the mental health units were converted into COVID treatment centers, as if mental illness had gone away. We need to invest in community mental health. We need to invest in some groups which are at risk. The police, the UPDF, the LDUs, the prison officers. We usually demand much from them, but we do not invest in their own mental health. Yet they go through a lot of difficulties and they sometimes behave in different ways that we don't expect. The borders, the taxi drivers, we complain about their behavior, but have we taken interest in their own mental health? Yes, we need to invest in conflict resolution and problem-solving skills, because if we are not able to solve our conflicts or to resolve our conflicts, we are likely to get stressed. We are likely to cope differently or negatively. We need to learn how to solve problems. And these are skills that can be learned. They are not inborn. They are learned and they can be taught. So we can invest in that. Coping skills, how do we cope with adversity? How do you cope with a loss? How do you cope with a difficult disease? How do you avoid breaking down? Parenting. Of course, most parents, they learn on the job, but many parents also do not know what they are supposed to do. They think parenting is producing children, and yet parenting is more than just producing children. So we need to invest in training parents how to be parents, child upbringing, because if we don't invest in the children as they grow up, it will be difficult for us to handle when they are adolescents and when they are adults. We need to invest in mental health acquisition. We need to read about our own mental health. Read about what is going on and what you can do as an individual. Let's fight stigma together, stigma of mental illness, so that people can be able to seek help when they are in need. We need to regulate alcohol use, drug use, and other things that can put our population, especially young people, at risk of developing mental illness. And then we need to decriminalize suicide in Africa. The 19 countries, most of them are in the low and middle income countries, including Uganda. Instead of criminalizing people who are suicidal, we need to put interventions in place to prevent suicide. Next. And what is the role of faith in mental health? Our faith should motivate us to challenge the status quo. Our faith should be accompanied by interventions, by actions, not just wishful thinking. Faith gives hope and better coping. So somebody who has faith copes better with mental illness compared to the person who does not have faith. Faith helps us to surrender what we cannot manage. At least we know we have God we can surrender to. Faith leaves room for divine interventions, but we need to know when and how to apply our faith so that we don't assume things without being knowledgeable. We have to have the knowledge of when to apply our faith. Faith for the healing of mental illness, because faith is not ignorant. You apply faith with understanding. And of course, faith is not just disobedience of the facts, but you apply faith with understanding. The church needs to invest in capacity enhancement of our people. It is not just about going to heaven. If we are to develop Africa, if we are to develop our countries, if we are to be mentally healthy, the church needs to play a role in enhancing the capacity of the members. God bless you.
Wow, thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Rukundo, for those insights and helping us to see the magnitude of the challenge that we have and the call for us to invest. And I'm hopeful that people have been able to see what is it that we can invest in, what is it that we can put our effort in. We know that the mental health issue is quite at stake, but we are very hopeful that God has given us insight and that we are going to fight this together. And I'm sure we will draw from a lot that the other speakers have shared with us today. Yeah, now as you catch a break, just remember to drop a question or two in the chat room, in the chat as we go on. We still have to listen to some, we still have some 3 more to listen to. We have 2 panelists and we have 1 guest panelist who you don't want to miss listening to. So please fasten your seatbelt. We are in this and we are moving on to our 3rd panelist. And this is Dr. Ruth Senyonyi. Dr. Ruth Senyonyi is a counseling psychologist and director of Bethel Counseling and Consultancy Center. She holds a PhD in counselor education and supervision from Regent University in Virginia, a Master of Arts in Counseling from Northeastern Illinois University in Chicago, and a Bachelor of Arts with Education from Makerere University in Kampala. Dr. Senyonyi is the Provincial Mothers Union President in the province of the Church of Uganda. She's married to Reverend Canon Dr. John Senyonyi. They have 4 grown children and 4 grandchildren. Dr. Senyonyi worked for 22 years with Bank of Uganda as the Deputy Director, Welfare and Counseling Division in the Human Resource Department. She has extensive practical experience in counseling, having worked in several settings with diverse clients. She is a good communicator with excellent presentation abilities, and her areas of specialty are parenting, marriage, family, career, and personal management areas. So join with me this evening to welcome Dr. Ruth Senyonyi to share with us. Welcome, Dr. Ruth, and over to you.
Thank you very much. Elizabeth is now my president, as she's our president for Uganda Counseling Association. And I'm also proud to have been the first president in that association. So thank you so much. I know we don't have a lot of time, but I want to thank my husband that he's listening in, and I'll go straight on. I know a lot of things have been said, and if they've been said, I'll probably not run to them. So mental health and psychosocial support is my topic today. And I begin with the fact that mental injury is invisible, but very devastating. If you know Robin Williams, he played in Mrs. Doubtfire, very funny man. And then we have our very own Daphne Chimoli, who passed on because she had poor grades and she committed suicide. And Robin Williams, very successful, had depression, was struggling with alcoholism, and also committed suicide. Suicide worldwide is very big. Invisible injury, Simone Biles quit to take care of her mental health. And guess what people said? She was called weak, a loser, selfish, immature, because she wanted to take care of her mental health. And nobody thought that was important. COVID-19 has pulled us into a mental health crisis as well. This disease is unpredictable. There's a lot of uncertainty. There are pandemic losses. There's anxiety provoking media. There's worry, fear, anxiety, panic. It has caused financial instability. It has caused gender-based violence. And this is one of the things that causes people to give up and move to things that we don't want them to do. So just a little bit of definitions here. Some of the doctors have already said these things, but a complete or a flourishing or a positive mental health is when you are functioning well. And it's sometimes called well-being. You are functioning well emotionally, psychologically, spiritually, and socially. This is when you are running at full potential. Now, in mental health, we focus on feelings, on thinking, that is the cognitive, and the behavioral components. The other definition, one of them has been said by a doctor, mental health is a state of complete physical, mental, and social well-being, and not merely the absence of disease or infirmity. Mental health is also fundamental to our collective and individual ability as humans, and I underline those: to think properly, to emote, that's emotions, and interact with each other so that we can earn a living and enjoy life. Mental health is also realizing our own abilities. Are we able to cope with normal stresses of life? Are we able to work productively? Are we able to make a contribution to the community? So when we think of psychosocial, this is just the relationship between our thoughts, emotions, and behavior, and how we relate those to our relationships, our family, our community, our social values and practices. And then the support is that all these things are factors that are responsible for our psychosocial well-being. There are three core domains, and I think Doctor mentioned some of them. That the first resource or the first domain is the physical and the mental health. But it also has a component of knowledge, capacity, and skills. I think in the second day, they did talk about skilling. Then the social is very important. And then the culture and values is another place that is important. What are the indicators of being well or psychosocial well-being? Those are some of them: long life, healthy behavior, mental, spiritual, and physical wellness, social connectedness. Are you connected socially? Personal security, job and earnings, stress management, and so on. The doctor before me has mentioned some of these disorders. These are some of the major health disorders. There are mood disorders, there are anxiety disorders, eating disorders as well. Someone eats too much or eats too little. We have addiction-related disorders. Then we also have intellectual and developmental disabilities, as well as trauma-related disorders. Now, I am a person who, as you heard, I have my private practice right now, but I did work with Bank of Uganda for a number of years, and I was providing psychosocial support to the staff. We have over 1,000 staff in Bank of Uganda, and I was dealing with many of them, plus their families. So it is any type of support or action that aims to improve, to protect, or promote psychosocial well-being, all the things I've said above. So some support to help. And it also empowers this individual to accomplish that mental health and wellness, and also deals with the thoughts, the moods, the feelings, the beliefs. This is what I do in counseling. This is what the doctor before me does in psychiatry. Ways of coping and social relationships. What is the state of mental health in Africa? a big question. I've already said that the budget is less than 1%, most African countries. There's shortage of specialized services. 90% lack access to treatment. And you find that mental health is marked by distance. They don't want anything to do with that. Ignorance, anger, or guilt. Many believe that mental illnesses is out of madness, it's just madness. You have to go to Butabika, that's all. Or is a divine wrath from God, or is caused by witchcraft, or is caused by demons. So you find people who are depressed in church, and someone is praying over them and saying that demon of whatever come out, when he needs someone to talk to, when he needs some little medication to help him get out of that depression. Some go into witchcraft and sit and or are put in little huts and left there for many months trying to recover. And you find that in Africa, we have many other diseases that are overshadowing mental health. They include malnutrition, and I think the doctor mentioned those other diseases. The causes, you have heard about them, I won't go into them: child abuse, trauma, violence, personality factors, genetic factors, and so on. So what is the purpose of psychosocial support? I'm supposed to help people to prevent or alleviate distress and suffering from more severity. Also help clients return to normalcy, or help individuals or communities cope or accept whatever is going on. Healing emotional wounds, and also rebuilding relational structures. Some of the action supports are health and social support, counseling, I'm very passionate about that one, and strengthening family support, rehabilitation. I've missed some of those because they've already been mentioned, and you can see the pyramid. The specialized services are very few, and you find that the basic health services are at the lower part. And as you heard from the first doctor, they don't have the training. Some of them do not know. They are focusing on maternal health and malaria, and not on mental health. I also wanted to give you a definition of counseling because many people misunderstand what we do. I'm a professional counselor with a master's and a PhD in counseling, and I love counseling, and we are advocating. And I think when I've been hearing what God has given out to people to do, mine is counseling. I've been training for over 20 years in Makerere, in UCU, in Deje, and I know it's a professional relationship that empowers individuals, families, and groups to accomplish what? Mental health, to accomplish wellness, to accomplish education and career goals. So Africa, get ready. We're supposed to make mental health a priority in Africa. Budgeting needs to improve. Training needs to be improved. Services need to be improved. We need to provide affordable and accessible services and make people aware about what mental health is. Deal with their beliefs so that they no longer believe that it's all about witchcraft or demons or things that they don't see. Think outside the box. That means we are going to shift tasks. Instead of having 43 psychiatrists in Uganda, we shall train whoever is available. Simple, basic things. What to do in depression, what to do when someone is this and that and that. So simplify the messages like they're doing for HIV. They have them all over the place, simplifying them around COVID. Simplify messages, unpack the messages into easy to understand little packages. And then training of health support workers. I liked what the first doctor talked about. Training of those other support workers to do this kind of work. So there are around 4 parts to this: prevention, protection, restoration, promotion, and these overlap. So I'm not going to be able to particularly put them into where they belong. But for example, prevention, team up with other psychosocial supporters, like mental health workers, like psychiatrists, like social workers, like counselors. Let's work together, collaboration, that's what's been talking about. Then advocacy and awareness. Then we also have improving access to mental health, or making mental health a priority in our lives, building strong families, supporting children, empowering women. That is all in prevention. What about promotion? How can we deal with awareness? People should stop suffering in silence. You all should stop stigmatizing friends and family. They're having trouble with alcoholism, and instead you shame them or you shut them off. Even COVID recently, it was a big problem. No one wanted to say that they had COVID. Then they go to weddings and they spread the COVID because they don't want anybody to know. There's a lot of stigma around that. Jeremiah 30:17 says, and I will restore you to health and heal your wounds. Is there a safe space for someone to go to handle psychological and social problems so that they can better cope? This is what I do. So that they can make informed decisions, so that they can deal with stigma, so that they can adhere to medications. There are many times me and my husband have talked to young people and talked about marriage, simple things in marriage. They've never heard of them. So, safe space. I can come, I can talk. There are young girls who are getting into sexual stuff, and they have never been talked to. No one has ever told them. A simple little thing like, this is menstruation, this is what you go through, you have thoughts about boys and girls. It helps them. Focus psychosocial support and restoring families. Then protection. What are the policies around protection? Governments and Ministry of Health in the different African countries should ensure that there's protection of health workers and that there is also guidelines for practice, for support, and the services that are provided. We need to invest in psychosocial support. If I count the number of private counseling services in this country, they can fit on my hand. That is sad. So I'm going a little more personal now. It's important for you to invest in your own health. I think the doctor before me said that. How do you do that? Become self-aware. Are you able to recognize your emotions, your thoughts, and how they influence your behavior? Are you able to have an accurate assessment of your strengths and limitations so that you can have confidence and optimism? Are you able to manage attitude? Are you able to manage yourself? It's called self-management. That's when you are able to regulate emotions. Remember at the beginning I said, this whole thing is about emotions, about thoughts, about behavior. Are you able to regulate how you feel when you are angry? Anger management. Are you able to manage stress? Are you able to control impulses? When someone says something horrible to you, you don't hit them. You are able to control that. Are you self-motivated? Do you set personal goals? Do you work to meet them? What about managing your self-defeating habits, your drinking, your idle, your procrastination, your perfectionism? That's self-management. Because when you don't manage these things, they affect cognitive, physical health, emotional, and behavioral. That is stress. Anytime you do not manage stress, they disturb you. So managing stress, being aware of stressors and their causes. Be aware. That's the only way you can manage your mental health. How do you react when you are under pressure at work? How do you react when your wife is not talking to you? So improve your ability and manage the stress. Then we look at your relationship skills. Remember, I said it's something to do with emotions, it's something to do with cognitive, but it's also to do with relational. Are you able to establish healthy relationships? Are you able to maintain healthy relationships? That goes to marriages, that goes to workplace relationships. Are you able to communicate clearly and listen actively? Are you able to resist social pressure? That is you. You need to be able to manage yourself. We teach these things. Are you able to make responsible decisions? Your choices. Make your choices based on ethical standards, biblical standards, safety, and social norms. Then we go to your family. Are you able to invest in your family so that they can support you? There are so many challenges in families that we deal with in counseling: divorce and separation, conflicts, domestic violence, absent fathers, alcohol and drug abuse, sexuality crisis. Your 10-year-old now is online and watching pornography because you are not supervising them. Those are some of the challenges. And what happens? So lockdown has affected our children and teenagers. There's increased fear. There's increased risk of sexual exploitation, cyberbullying, increase in teenage pregnancies. There's increase in anxiety. And I've already told you about our little girl who passed on, 15 years old. She hung herself on a tree. Why? Because of the anxiety. I have 23 marks instead of 4. And I'm supposed to go where? So let me kill myself. Lockdown impact. So we need to build strong families, my dear friends. As Christians, this is it. Family was an idea of God. It is significant to happiness. So make it safe. Let the children feel free to grow. It should be a place to develop. Protect your children from this unfriendly world. Take care of them. Train parents. I know Mr. Steve Langa, I think most of you know him. He's been doing parenting courses very seriously. You do 8 weeks or 12 weeks of parenting so that you can be a better parent. Consistency and structure is something that families do not know. Help the child's world to become predictable by being predictable yourself. Is there structure and consistency in your home? When do you wake up? When do you sleep? When do you have meals? Some of you have meals at midnight. Then the next day you don't have any meals. That is unpredictable. And it's not allowed. Make your house predictable. Do you love your child? Do you touch them? Do you know your child? Do you know their school? Do you know their friends? Do you know what they do? Some of you have no idea. Do you understand the pressures around them? Be present for your child. Then we need to look at women. As you heard, I'm the Mothers Union president, and I love the women. And when they are empowered, there's so much that can be done in a home, in a nation, in the world, in Africa. What has worked? What are the policies to improve this? What about workplace support? What are the policies that support wellness? I just must talk about Bank of Uganda because they've done a wonderful job. I guess maybe I should say that I did work for them. And so I tried to do something about wellness. Are the staff well? Do you recognize? Do you have a person they can talk to? For 22 years, I was in that office listening and hearing some of the disgruntled staff and averting many, many things that would have happened. We had para-counselors. Every floor had someone I had trained to deal with some of the crises that could come their way. What about flex work? Now we are in COVID. Is there flex work? Time off? And then it's important for you to know that we need to invest in health because it is wealth. Thank you so much for listening to me. May the Lord bless you indeed.
Wow, thank you very much, Dr. Ruth Senyonyi. It's been very humbling to listen in from you. And I just want to make one comment that I know there were quite a number of messages going on saying, are your services free? We don't have, most people here charge for their services in our community. I must say that counseling is a professional service and it is not just done by anyone. It is done by somebody who is trained. And so that's why there are fees attached to it. But thank you so much, Dr. Ruth. And we know that we are headed in the right direction if we are able to step up to the challenge as Africa and be able to fight for mental health in a positive way. And I personally believe that the change starts with me and it starts with you as an individual. Thank you very much. And like I said, we are not going anywhere yet. We still have two more panelists. One of them is a guest panelist. Like I told you, you don't want to miss to listen to her. But before that, we are going to have our fourth panelist. And I'd like to ask our speakers before, I know there's a lot of questions going on in the Q&A section. We have questions in the chat. So as we listen into our next panelist, kindly go through the chat and look out at the questions that are being asked and be able to respond. Keep those highlights coming in the chat as we energize each other in this moment. So I'm going to take this pleasure to introduce our next panelist, our fourth panelist, and that is Dr. Paul Kasenene. Dr. Paul Kasenene is a medical doctor, certified functional medicine practitioner, specializing in nutrition, functional and lifestyle medicine, a wellness expert with a passion for helping people achieve optimal health and well-being through natural, dietary, and lifestyle methods. He specifically has a strong belief that superior nutrition can support your body to be well and heal itself of illness and disease without medicine. He has over 8 years of experience in wellness and integrative health industry, during which he has helped many of his clients reverse chronic diseases and restore health. And I must say we might be having some of the clients he has transformed on this call. He is an author and has written a book, It's Your Way to Wellness, that can help anyone transform their health and weight through healthy eating. So that's the gentleman we have with us this evening. And over to you, Dr. Paul Kasenene. Welcome to Inspire Africa.
Thank you, Elizabeth. What a privilege for me to be a part of this great event and to share this evening with some distinguished speakers. I will be sharing a couple of things. Let me just get my slide from the beginning. So, yeah, it's an honor for me to be here. I'm a medical doctor by training, and I'm really going to share about how we can actually be in charge of our health and make it really our greatest wealth. Because I believe that, you know, everything we need to do in this world requires us to be alive, and to be alive requires us to be healthy. And so we've got to invest in our health. So I have a number of slides and I'll go quickly through them because of time, but they will be shared, so all of you will have a chance to access them. I think I'd like to start by, you know, this quote which says, good health is not something we can buy. However, it can be an extremely valuable savings account. Now, this is so much relevant, especially in the time of COVID-19, where we began to realize that those who are healthier actually have the best chance of dipping into their savings account and actually being saved from the virus. And I think what is most important for me to say as we get started is that your best bet is to have a strong immunity and to be healthy. And that's what we'll talk about today. We must stay calm because, like Dr. Senyonyi has just said, many of us are struggling with fear and anxiety, and that can really depress our immune system and affect the way we respond, especially to COVID-19. However, that aside, we live in a time which is very exciting. We are trying to transform Africa. This is time for Africa to be, you know, at the top of its game. We've got to be alive. Unfortunately, we are seeing unprecedented rises in what we call lifestyle or chronic diseases, like the ones I will just share: cancer, diabetes, high blood pressure, obesity, you know, people getting clots and heart attacks and stress and migraines and a whole range of chronic lifestyle diseases. Now, these may affect you directly or indirectly, But I do have some good news about these. The first is we can prevent all these diseases. But as we raise our level of awareness, it's important for us to understand that these conditions don't have symptoms sometimes in early stages. And so it's sometimes more important for us not to judge our health purely by the way we feel. And we should also appreciate that we cannot buy health. There are no spare parts. So we've got to do everything in our power to take control of these conditions. Now, Dr. Musinguzi shared a similar slide. What I would like to just emphasize here is that a lot of us today focus on disease when we should be focusing on health. It's more important to focus on what makes us healthy, what prevents disease, than focusing on the disease itself. And so I would like us to appreciate that the root cause of most of our problems is where we should focus. First, poor diet. Second, exposure to toxic substances, stress, lack of exercise, lack of sleep. These are the things that are the biggest determinants to our health. But I do want to say one thing that should really give you hope. Our genes, our genetics do not determine our health destiny. Our genes predispose us, but our lifestyle trigger these genes to determine how they will affect us. And so we've got to be confident that we can do things that will stimulate our health. Now, I believe health is really about the choices that we make every day. And I present here two choices that many of us have to, to decide on every day. So what would you choose in this situation? Would you choose the apple or the cake? Would you choose the exercise or lying on the couch? It's important for us to realize that these are the biggest determinants of our health. And Dr. Senyonyi said something that I would like to kind of say in a different way. Many of us, especially Christians, sometimes are praying that we won't get sick. Sometimes we are claiming that we will not get sick, but it's not as simple as that. We've got to remember, like the Bible tells us in Galatians chapter 6, verse 7, that do not be deceived. God will not be mocked. A man reaps what he sows. So the choices you make are the things that will determine how healthy you are. And fortunately, there's lots of stuff we can do to take charge of our health. So I'm going to share with you 5 key things we can do right now. And these are just summaries, just to get you aware. But most of us already know many of these. So the first is we must remain hydrated. Good time for me to drink some water. It's very important, especially because the human body is 65 to 70% water. We cannot function well without water, and many health conditions, diabetes, hypertension, memory loss, even weight, are linked to the amount of water we drink. Everybody should aim to drink 2 liters of water a day, but more accurately, get your weight in kilograms, divide by 30. That's how much water you need in a day. So figure out how much you need and drink water throughout the day, not all at once. Look at the color of your urine to guide you on this journey. Secondly, we need to eat a healthy diet. Now, I'm going to share with you principles that will guide you. Sometimes the principles are not the most, appealing to us, but these are the ones that keep people healthy. The Bible tells us that the truth will set you free, but sometimes the truth makes us miserable. And so I really want us to take this in good heart and good faith and see what we can do to start taking charge of our health and investing in our health. So keep in mind that we are what we eat. So whatever you eat today, tomorrow is going to make up your brain, your heart, your immune system. And so what we eat is not just something innocent, it really makes up what we are. So the first principle, 90% of the food that we eat should come from real food. This is unprocessed, unrefined, organic food. And you know what? Africa is blessed with an abundance of real food. And so we should be eating from our soil what we have in abundance. We should avoid certain foods 90% of the time, starting with sugar. Sugar is linked to so many health problems. And I believe if sugar wasn't a part of our lives, we would have had such a different outcome with COVID-19, because sugar-related conditions are the ones that increase risk for disease. We've got to avoid refined grains. To help you understand this, Maize is a whole grain, but posho is refined, and refining removes the fiber and the nutrients, and therefore leaves a carbohydrate-rich food that makes our sugar levels spike. So we've got to avoid the refined grains made from refined wheat, bread, chapati, mandazi, samosa, cakes, pasta, pizza. We've got to eat these in moderation. We've got to avoid and reduce consumption of processed foods like sausages and bacon and anything that comes packed with additional chemicals. We've got to be careful with the oils that we use. Some are very bad for our health, especially the hydrogenated like margarine, and also some vegetable oils like sunflower, sunseed, corn oil. These are vegetable, but they're high in an inflammatory omega-6 fat. Foods made from these oils like deep fried chicken and deep fried chips and bread with margarine should be eaten in extreme moderation. Now I've included a slide with better oils just to help you understand what you can do better. So olive oil, avocado oil, simsim oil, almond oil, and even ghee and butter are better oils. Second principle, half of what we eat into our bodies should come from nutrient-generating, nutrient-rich fruits and vegetables. At breakfast, half of our food should be fruit. At other meals, 50% vegetables. So your plate should be structured something like this. Now I'm going to quickly take you through the vegetables and the fruits that have the biggest impact on our immune system and preventing lifestyle diseases. The first are cruciferous, such as broccoli, cabbage, cauliflower, sukuma wiki. Then green leafy vegetables, all the edible types in all our cultures. Allicin vegetables, this is the onions, the garlic, the leeks, very powerful, and not forgetting the mushrooms. Fruits are important for our health. They are high in energy, high in nutrients. Eat 4 servings a day. However, eat them whole, not as juice, and eat different colors. Focus this time on vitamin C-rich fruits, the guava, the pawpaws, the pineapple, the mangoes. These are excellent for providing us nutrients to boost our immunity, especially with COVID-19. So how do we get this 50%? Look at this plate and think about how to structure. Half the food on this plate is vegetables, but there's also all these other slides that kind of illustrate how you can implement that. The third principle, and very important, is only 10% of our food should come from animal products, not more than that. Why? Because first of all, our digestive system is long, and so food takes 1 to 3 days to pass through, and animal foods ferment after about 12 to 24 hours. And so what this tends to happen in our colon and increases risk for colon cancer. So our digestive system is more designed for plants. But I would like us to also reflect on the first instruction that God gave man when he told them what to eat. This is what he said: I give you every seed-bearing plant on the face of the whole earth, and every tree that has fruit with seed in it, they will be yours for food. The first instruction to man was to eat a plant-based diet. Only after the flood were animal foods provided. That means our human body will do very well on plant-based foods. So how do we apply this? No more than 300 grams a week. An egg is 50 grams, a drumstick 100 grams. So pretty much 2 pieces of chicken and 2 eggs are sufficient. Try no more than 500 grams a week. Think of how much animal foods we are eating and think about this principle. Are we really doing the right things? Are we really investing in our health? The best types of animal foods are the white meats, the fish, the eggs, the chicken, and other types of white meat, together with bone broth and dairy products like ghee and yogurt, not milk. It's the dairy products. We must avoid the red meats, the beef, goat, sheep, and pork. Pork is actually red meat. And we must restrict or eliminate processed meats because processed meats contain compounds that cause cancer and make our children develop so rapidly that it increases the risk for them to develop cancer in their early 20s and 30s. And so we must avoid these. So 50% vegetables, 25% protein. Let's get them mostly from plant-based foods, okay? And we also need carbohydrates. Don't go on a low-carb diet. Just reduce the amount on your plates to 25%. Avoid this kind of serving where we put 8 to 7 types of carbohydrate on one plate, okay? Rather, we should just put only a quarter, focus on foods like sweet potatoes, pumpkins, yams. These are high fiber starches, but only a quarter of your plate. And the orange ones are high in carotenoids, good for immunity. Other carbohydrate-rich foods which are okay are the whole grains. Remember, avoid the refined grains, more of the whole grains, best at breakfast, because these are energy-rich foods. Oats, millet porridge, all our local grains, and maize. So I'm going to kind of stop here from this point of view because of time, but I'll ask you to get a copy of my book, Eat Your Way to Wellness, where we discuss this in detail. I'll quickly talk about 3 other things that we can do to boost our health. The first of those is we need to exercise. We need to get up and move. Exercise is medicine. The same way you want to take a blood pressure pill is the same way we should be exercising. It should be a minimum of 3 hours a week. That's 1 hour thrice a week or 30 minutes 5 times a week. When you pass 40 years, you want to definitely introduce stretching into your exercise regimen. That's 5 minutes a day. And then always you have strength exercises, sit-ups, planks, and press-ups. Think about this. Those of us who think we have no time for exercise will sooner or later have to find time for illness. Then we've got to get adequate sleep. The body requires 7 to 8 hours of sleep. If you have COVID-19 and you're sick, get 8 to 10 hours. Best time to go to bed is round about now, 10 p.m. And then sleep for 7 hours. You cannot defy sleep. It's so important to our health. Please do not sacrifice your sleep because it will lead to many health challenges in the future. And aim to get 15 to 30 minutes each day for silence and quiet reflection. Lastly, emotional wellness tips. I won't go too much in this because many of the speakers have gone into this. But the first point I'd like to say is avoid excess information. Stay informed, but not overly informed. Then lead a healthy lifestyle, exercise, sleep, and eating foods rich in magnesium and omega-3 fatty acids are amazing for keeping our emotional wellness in a good space. Nutrients that support emotional wellness and anxiety. If you're feeling stressed out, look for ashwagandha, and kava root is great for calming the body. 5-HTP or serotonin, magnesium, and B vitamins really help to keep your body calm, especially if you're feeling the impacts of stress. Essential oils like lavender and chamomile help to relax the body. Please limit caffeine and alcohol. They are stimulants. And like Dr. Senyonyi said, you need to know when to seek help. Last 2 slides, practice gratitude and forgiveness. The human being is not just body. You know, Jesus said, love with all your heart, soul, mind, and strength. So the human being has a body, a mind, a soul, and a heart. So we've got to nourish our mind as well to prevent disease because the mind follows the body. The 2 things for your mind are gratitude and forgiveness. When you say thank you, your brain immediately produces serotonin, dopamine, endorphins, feel-good hormones, things that really calm your body, calm your immune system, remove inflammation. So let's spend 3 to 5 minutes each day in gratitude, and let's learn to forgive. Forgive doesn't necessarily mean forget, it means let go. A lot of autoimmune and cancer and even low immunity is linked to lack of forgiveness. And lastly, pray unceasingly. Lots of research shows that when we are in prayer mode, our mind calms down into theta mode that helps us to reduce anxiety, raise immunity, reduce inflammation, and promote longevity. The one thing we need in this time are these 4 things, and prayer will really help us with this. So as we conclude, remember your health is an investment, it's not an expense. Although if we don't invest in it, it will be an expense later on. Many people sacrifice health looking for wealth. But these same people, we've heard stories of many of them having to go on to sell their wealth to get back their health. Health is an investment. It should be one of our #1 priorities. And the good news is that we don't have to worry because if we do the right things, our bodies can prevent, reverse, and restore health without many times need for medication. I'd like to leave you with this verse to keep you thinking. It says, do you not know that your bodies are the temples of the Holy Spirit who is within you, who you have received from God? You are not your own, you were bought at a price. Therefore, honor God with your bodies. being healthy is something that you are required to do. It's not just something to keep you alive longer. It's something that honors God. So from today, think about what you're eating, how much water you're drinking, whether you're getting enough rest, and whether you're moving your body. So thank you very much. Take care of your body. It's the only place you have to live in. Feel free to stay in touch with me. These are my contact details. And please, once again, please get a copy of my book, Eat Your Way to Wellness. It will really share lots of insights. Thank you.
Wow, thank you very much, Dr. Paul Kasenene. And that was very insightful. I'm sure some of us might have pushed away our plate of food that we were having for the love of listening to some of what you were trying to share. But we are privileged to get that and to be able to know that it's very important for us to invest in our health, and it shouldn't be an expense. Thank you very much. We do appreciate the input that you have given to us at Inspire. And we are yet to go with one more speaker. And I must say this is a guest panelist. And I'm going to just tell you a bit briefly about her. Our guest panelist is Miss Shi Vaughn, a leading wellness and fitness expert whose work has won the endorsement of the City of Chicago and the Chicago Department of Public Health. She has trained and consulted with corporate leaders, celebrities, and innovative entrepreneurs around USA, affectionately earning her the title of America's Queen of Wellness. She's the founder, she's the CEO of Worldwide TV, WWTVN. Worldwide TV marketing website is www.wwtvn.com. She's a best-selling author, keynote speaker of Health and Fitness Authority. And I mean, there's a lot more. And Shi, we are very, very delighted to have you at Inspire Africa. And we welcome you to speak to the audience and share your insights with us at Inspire. You're welcome.
Elizabeth, thank you so much. That was so kind of you to do that. I am so excited to be here. And, you know, the first thing I think that I want you to know about me is that I love Africa. I love Africa. And the other thing I want you to know is that I'm grateful to be here on this panel with such educational wellness experts. I've been in health and wellness and nutrition for decades. I wrote a book, I'm just going to show it up because I'm just going to be talking from my heart today, and it's called The Breakthrough. And I hope that all of you have that opportunity to be able to break through some of the things that you want to get rid of, that you want to, move forward to the next level. You need, help in whatever. So this is called The Breakthrough, the 5 living principles to defeat stress. We all need that. We need to feel better about ourselves, and we definitely need to find well-being. So I was listening to the collaboration session prior to this, and I'm talking about it because collaboration is so important when it comes to wellness, because the reason for that is that you need collaboration. You need people that can be partners. You need communities that can share things that maybe you don't know, but things that you know they need to know. And bringing these together and uniting this together is the way that it starts out. We all need to take those special steps, one by one. Not when we're born, we're not running. We're just learning. We don't know anything. And then as we grow, we get the education and we learn what we need to do to get to where we want to be. So I just wanted to mention that because I listened to that and I thought that it was great. These are some things I'm going to ask you to start out with. So this is what we're going to start with. Power up your mindset for success. I'm going to say that again. Power up your mindset for success. We all want success, but where does it all start at is right here in your mind. You get a thought, a little tiny think comes into you, and then all of a sudden it becomes an idea for you. And then the next thing you know, you're thinking about, this is something that I might really want to do. And that's how we actually put things into our mind that are positive. So when you power up your mind, let me ask you a question. And that is, don't you think that nourishing your mind is as important as the food that we put in our bodies? Of course they are. We need to get rid of all of those things that are negative. And I know that it's hard sometimes to do that, especially when you're in pain, when you're suffering and things aren't going your way. Know that you can turn that around, because you need to do that. You need to set your mind and believe in yourself and know that if you really believe and you give everything that you have, you will make it to the other side. So I want you to write that down, power up your mindset for success. Nourishing your mind, believe in what you say. And the other thing is, realize that what you think is actually what you say. And the other side of that is really important is that what you say is what people see. And that's how they see you. So try to bring some joy into your life. Life is hard, we know that, but it's not impossible. Your actions are powerful. Please write that down. They are. And when you use the right actions, this is what you get. The right attitude equals the right results. So I wanted to start out with some things that I could give you to think about, chew on, even once this is over with, because you do want to make some breakthroughs. And this is the way to do it. And I'm here to help you. So in anything that we do, we need tools, we need some guidance, we need something that's going to help us. And we need something that we put together, a plan. And I'm going to give you my 2 things for my plan. The first thing that I do is that I give thanks to God. And I thank him for all the good things that he has given to me. But I also thank him for all the things that he really put on me that weighed me down, that gave me pain. And many times it was way too long. And so I would, look up and say, God, isn't it time to get rid of this? But guess what it taught me? It taught me that he's not the one that's making it stay. We need to give ourselves the right to walk away. It's over with. It's done. You've got that done, and you don't need to carry it any longer. And so that's the first thing I do. Always give praise and thanks. The next thing is I think about the 5 principles of wellness. And I'm going to go through these tools, and I want you to write them down because they are going to change your life. So they are, I'm going to just tell them to you: commitment, perseverance, self-control, integrity, and love. And I'm going to go through each and every one of those with you because they are so compelling. So sometimes when we think about commitment, think about how many times we said that we were going to do something and we really thought that we were going to do it. But what happens? 2 weeks later, it's gone. Why? Well, because you're not committed enough. If you're not committed enough, it's got to be like committed, like putting food on the table or going to work or finding a job or whatever that happens to be. It's got to be something within you that you want so bad that you're going to work for it. So commitment, most people fail, not because of lack of desire, but because the lack of commitment. And the other thing is we never fail unless we give up on ourselves. It's not other people that are doing that. They're not judging that. You might think that that is it, but it's not. We fail because we don't do what we need to do and that we give up on ourselves. So commitment is the number 1, and you need to make it and realize that if you are going to get to the other side, that you're going to have to do some work. There's always work in everything that we do. Nobody gets it. I don't care how much money anybody has or doesn't have, it doesn't make any difference. Sometimes it's easier for some people, but they still have work that has to be done. And so perseverance is really that. It's like that, I can do it. I'm not going to give up. I won't walk away from it. So don't quit before the blessings start to come. And so many times we give up when we're almost there. We've already done some of it, but it gets so bad that we just can't do it anymore. So you're going to just take that right out of your mind and you're going to put on, I am going to do this. I will get there. Those are the important things that we want to find in our minds and put in our minds to be healthy. Commitment, perseverance, self-control. You know, self-control is all about stepping up and taking and knowing that you're going to do this on your own. If you're thinking all these people are going to help you, I'm going to be the first person to say to you, that's not going to happen. You need to be the one that's stepping forward and making it happen. Sometimes the panels, are not even on things. And sometimes it's harder one time and the other time that wasn't so bad. Perseverance is hard. You want to get through that. And the commitment, self-control is only you can do it. It's just you. It's on your shoulders. Accept that. It's okay. It's okay. So we've talked about commitment, perseverance, self-control, and I want to talk about integrity. Integrity is who we are. And so many times we're more honest with other people than we are with ourselves. So sometimes we need to ask ourselves this question: how hard are we trying? Is it 50%? Is it 20%? Is it 99%? And here's what I have to share with you, is if it's not 100 or 110, you're not going to get to where you want to be. It has to be 100%. So these 5 principles are so important in this order to realize this. And any time that you are going to think about something that you want to do, something you want to break through, whatever it is, because I'm going to tell you a story in a little bit. But the 5th one is love. And love, I can remember as a younger girl that people kept saying, well, you need to love yourself. You need to love yourself. And I'm going, I don't know how to do that. I'm just hearing those words. But we work hard when we give grace to God for all that he has done for all of us. When we realize that there is work to be done, and we do those things, we feel so good about ourselves that we learn to love ourselves. And when we love ourselves, the wellness that comes out of this is that this gives you the opportunity to help other people. And that's what we want to do. We want to be that mentor. We want to walk the walk and talk the talk and do what you're telling other people to do. You need to be able to do them every single day. There's no breaks on this. You have to do it every single day. And you need to become that person and be that person. And our children, the people that we love, all the people around us, they do not learn by the things that we tell them to do or ask them to do. They will only do the things that they see you doing. And so this is a way to bring a family together and to have leadership into that by doing what you need to do to be healthy. We talked, I saw a lot of people talking about, food and all of those things, and so much of that is so important. I mean, I also feel that on the nutrition side, if something is going to, cause cancer, don't eat a little bit of it. No, don't eat it at all. You don't need to eat things that are not good for you. It's not necessary. And once you start to do that and you realize that your whole body and your mind and everything gives you energy to be able to do the things that we're talking about. And that's wellness. So I want to tell you a true story. When I do classes and I teach and I do all of those things, I always ask, because all of my students and clients, they all know the 5 principles. And so I always ask them, did something happen to them this week or this last month or whatever, where they had to actually use these principles? And the hand went up, and it was Scott. And I turned around to him and I said, what are you doing? What's happening? And he said, this is his story. And he said, Friday, I was fired. And yesterday was my last day. And he said, I got up and I went to work. I wasn't feeling very good, obviously. And he said, I got there and I sat down and I realized that they didn't care if I showed up or not. It was my last day. And he said, my first jerk reaction was, I'm going home. And he said, as I got up, I couldn't help but to hear your words in my ear: commitment, perseverance, self-control, integrity, and love. He said there was a program that they were actually putting together. And so he decided that he was going to finish it. And he said, took me longer than I thought. I had no help. And I got in places where I, couldn't, didn't even know what to do, but I figured it out. All of these things. And he said it was late when I actually got done with it. And he said, when I finished it, here's what I felt. I was committed to do the right thing. I persevered through it when it was hard. I was honest with myself that I was the only one there to do it. I was honest because I knew it was going to take my time and I was willing to actually give that back. And he said, when it was all over with and it was time to go home, I loved myself. I was proud that I did that. I felt good about it. And he said, I got up and I went home, and guess what? Because he did the right thing, 2 weeks later, they called him back. So I just want to leave you guys with just this little bits that I've given you right now, because I know that there's a time issue. The 5 principles and how you really put things in order, that you believe in yourself. Anything that you say, just believe it. And all of the things, they don't happen overnight. They never do. But the more that you do of that, the more that you will receive and the more that you will be able to give. And so I want to leave you with this thing. And that is, be honest with yourself. Tell yourself when you're getting things that are coming into your mind that are negative, they're not going to help you. In fact, they're going to keep you where you are instead of getting you to where you want to go. Just fly that away. You don't need it. And believe in yourself and give God the graces that he has given you to succeed. Thank you guys so much.
Well, thank you very much, Vaughn, and for taking your time off to be able to share with us those very, very insightful things that are very pertinent to us as individuals and generally for our well-being. We are grateful. And I must say thank you so much, our panelists. Like I said earlier, we are getting into our breakout rooms. If you have a question or two for our panelists, I know they have been responding to some of them in the chat, but if you want a one-on-one, you want to listen to their voices, respond, please make sure you will see the link. They're going to post the link in the chat. And as soon as you see the link, please click on the link and it will direct you to the breakout rooms and you'll be able to interact with our speakers. There's no one such opportunity that you will get in 2021. So please make use of that time so that you are able to get the best out of this. You don't know what that nugget will do for you over the rest of the time of this year that you have. So tomorrow, please remember we do start at 6:30, that is Ugandan time. And I don't know what it will be in the different regions where you are in Ugandan time, it will be 6:30 or 18:30 hours. Please remember to log on. Thank you those who were able to log on today early enough. Please do so that we can be able to listen to the amazing speakers that we have for tomorrow, day 5. That is still on our theme, Africa, get ready. Inspire Kids. We have Inspire Kids on the 14th and starting at 11 a.m. and that's on Saturday. We shall have our children. Please don't let them miss out. They must be wondering what you're up to right from Monday. They have their special session on Saturday and please get them tuned in and we'll be able to get them to feed on what you have been able to do so through these 5 days. Just remember, all this material will be available to your emails on our platform. So please check and visit our platform on our Facebook, on our Twitter, Instagram. You'll be able to find some of the nuggets shared and some of the links to the recordings that we have had over this time so far. Thank you so much to our amazing panelists. A standing ovation for you, a clap. We could do that. Let's do that for our panelists. I mean, that was just quite amazing to be able to listen to all those very insightful words that were coming through. So without wasting time, I'm going to request, just check the chat and be sure that you have a link there that is going to send you into the breakout room. Check your chat. And just remember, you will not have such an opportunity anytime in 2021. So please make good use of it. Our link is there, just click on it and you should be heading to your breakout session right now. So please click on the link, and you will be able to get there. So thank you so much. And we are grateful for those in the background, those who have been able to put this together, those who have been able to share with us their insights, Dr. Carlton, Dr. Adubango, Dr. Musinguzi, Dr. Rukundo, Dr. Senyonyi, Dr. Kasenene, and then we have our guest, Ms. Cher Vaughan. We are grateful that you were able to take time out. So please click on the link and let's meet over with our panelists in the breakout rooms. I hope we are doing that right now. This was day 4 and we are grateful. Thank you for logging on. Thank you for listening in. This is Inspire Conference 2021, Africa, get ready. Thank you.
The time is now for Africa. The time is now for you and I. In the northeast of Africa, in the land of Egypt, Abraham was made rich. Father of nations was made rich. When the next generation was born, Isaac came down to Africa. And as a visitor, he left rich. We're the land that blesses all. When the whole world was hungry, Mama Africa, you gave her your food. It was Jacob you made rich. It's the whole world you put a smile. This day we stand in the land that fed the whole world. This day we're saying no more hunger in Africa. Let's rise, let's dance. Are you ready? Africa, are you ready? The time is now for Africa. The time is now for you and I. The time is now for Africa. The time is now. Inspire Africa. When young boys were killed by sword, Joseph and Mary fled away. Baby Jesus, they kept saying, they found refuge in Africa. When my Savior's time was nigh, Simon of Cyrene helped him. He helped him with the cross. There's a revival in Africa. Is it silver or gold or diamonds? Good weather, good people. Is it cocoa, vanilla or coffee? Life and light down in Africa. This day we stand in the land with all the minerals. This day we say we shall never lack, we have it all. Let's rise, let's get our tools, let's put our minds to work. Are you ready? Are you ready? Africa, are you ready? Africa. The time is now for Africa. The time is now for you. The time is now for you and I. Africa. The time is now. Can you see? Africa. The time is now. The time is now. Inspire Africa. You've been called. We're the Josephs of our time. Your mama way. Since the world you rise and take our place. He created you. We're the Josephs of our time. Your mama way. Your mama way. Your mama rise and take our place. Your mama way. You've been called. You've been the Josephs of our time. Your mama way. This is your time. We will rise and take our place. Your mama way. We're the Josephs of our time. Yeah, mama way. Yeah, mama way. We will rise and take our place. Yeah, mama way. God bless the land of Africa. In God we bless our Africa. Sweet motherland, yes, Africa. You'll always belong to Africa. Mungu tusaidie. Tawala kuvea wamu. Tunaomba. Sing this song. Sing this song. The time is now. Oh, Africa. The time is now. He formed you, and I. Just rise. The time is now. Oh, Africa. Your time is now. The time is now. Inspire Africa. Yeah, yeah, yeah. The time is now for Africa. The time is now for you and I. The time is now for Africa. The time is
Inuka Africa. Open up your eyes, lift your head up, open up your mind. You will see all the beauty of this land. You're a star.
Take a look around you. What do you see? Take a look within you. You're a blessing to all. Well, and in your time.
Ọba tó ṣoore fún mi ṣoore fún wa tó ṣoore lójoojúmọ́. Ọba kọ má ti kà lẹ́yìn. Adúró gbọ̀ngbọ̀n lẹ́yìn aṣọ títọ́. Kò jẹ́ ronú ibi rárá.
Inuka Africa. Sema, sema, simama. Inuka Africa.
Semuka Africa, usashitalisire pasi Maria no kuda iwe wakakomborerwa iwe marudzi osenga azive mwari nekuda kwechako chiedza zviri mauri zvikuru. You were a star, you were born to shine, it's time to rise up. Arise, arise, your light has come. Uri mwana wa mwari, creation waiting for you. Show the world your light.
Betuli Africa, Mumusai, Africa, Mama Land, Africa, land of beauty. Tulip Africa, land of minerals. Tulip Africa, Mumusai, Tulip Africa, our motherland. Tulip Africa, land of beauty. Tulip Africa, Inuka Africa. It's time to rise. Open your eyes. Inuka Africa.
Simuka Africa, this is the time to shine. Inuka Africa.
The black jewel is a godly favored continent. This jewel is the nucleus of the world, as it is the most centrally located continent. The black jewel is power, brilliance, and outstanding uniqueness. This jewel is gold. It is vast gas and oil reserves, diamonds, timber, fish, and great wildlife sceneries. It is vast, beautiful deserts and a unifying coastline. The black jewel uniqueness is in its color black, the very depth of all colors. It is victory. Our victory as a black jewel lies on our genuine black knees, knelt in a unified cry to the Almighty. Our black jewel will rise in Nuka Africa, the black jewel.